yeah, so the differences between Kerbal 2 and Kerbal 1, from what I understand, this is literally all I know. It is sandbox only mode at the moment, which is actually suits my idea quite well. So there's no like Interstellar, there's no multiplayer or anything like that. There is a map of... I'm watching the Kerbal screen right now. There's just like floating debris going over like a very elegant looking docking thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So yeah, basically it's just sandbox mode. It is a retextured version of the Kerbal system. I don't even know if we've got all the right parts from what it looks like. In fact, I will show you right here. This looks like a Terrier engine. These look like the same parts that we had on before. I've seen these sort of parts, and that looks like communicator dish that's just flying around. There's a Kerbal. Yeah, I mean, like, all of these parts look very, very, very familiar for anyone who knows Kerbal Space Program. So I have a feeling that a lot of what is gonna be in the game is already in the base game for Kerbal Space Program. I don't think we're gonna have the DLC parts, which will be a shame, because I do think that they were some of the best things. Just watching that is kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, so there's a few things that we are gonna get that we have seen in previous in the previous game. The biggest difference that I can tell so far, you can kind of see by this graphic here. We can retexture and recolorize the craft. Other than that, I don't really know that much more. It's the Kerbal system, so let's go in. My first goal, pretty much the first thing that I want to launch, I want to land on the Mon and then get back. That's what I want to do. I feel like I should be able to do that. Whether or not the UI and stuff, because I think the UI has changed drastically. Whether or not the UI is going to hinder me, I don't know whether the controls have changed. I did have a quick look in the control settings to see if everything has, like, if everything's kind of the same. I think it is. I haven't. I kind of I get bored with looking at like these sort of things, right? So yeah, complete with the whoops accidental shot debris into your research probe. Yeah, absolutely. Like, what I want to do, I want to play Kerbal. I want to launch something for the first time. I want to go to the Mon. Basically, that's what I want to do. I want to launch to the Mon. I want to go and land on the Mon, and then I want to return from the Mon, and I want to collect the science, all in the first craft that I build on this. Am I? So this is the next question. Are we going to record our launches in much the same way as what we have in the past? So if we do exclamation point mission, maybe? It doesn't turn up. Okay, fine. Oh, I don't know then. I don't know what the command is going to be. But in the past, I have done a mission log here, which shows you all of the different logs and stuff that I've had that I've launched in my last Kerbal save. Am I gonna do this? I think I am, but we're gonna build it as we go, right? So before we do the launch, we will do launch number 1, and we'll do the Womble X Mark 5 and everything like that. I need to find the command. KSP? No. Log? No. I don't know. Alexa, shut up! That was an alarm. That alarm there was for me to say, "Hey Womble, you need to go live about now." I went live prematurely from my alarm. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, what was I saying? Exclamation point launch. Not quite. No, that is our... There is... So Nightbot is walking. You know what? Commands. I've forgotten what the command is. That's quite bad. I think that tells me that... Maybe I haven't played Kerbal in quite a while. Let me see if I can find this. Exclamation point launch. No, that's not right. Let's see if I can find it, and then I will bring it up. There's some mumbles stuff. Uptime, tweeter, transfer. Oh, exclamation point Womblex. Dumbo. You Dumbo. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, thanks, Hypes. So, exclamation point Womblex brings us to this screen here, in which we can kind of look at the mission logs, right? So, am I going to do a mission log style thing? So, this is the Womblex Mark IV. This basically, every single launch that I did on that save, it was a career save, and basically the goal of that career was to colonize Duna, which, by the way, we very much didn't do. I gave up with that. I burnt out during it because I made everything way too complicated. Am I going to do this for the new Kerbal? Yes, I think I will. I think I want to. I also want to go into dark mode. Please don't let me not be in dark mode. I think I want to do that, so I will pretty much as we go today, I'll probably archive all of this. So this will get archived into a Mark IV folder, and then the new files that I will create is probably just going to be the Mark IV, the Mark V mission log. So that will be the new file that we'll do. Everything else at the moment, I think we can kind of leave, but we can expand on it as we go, if that makes sense. I think KSP is how I got here for the first time. Oh, probably. I've been... I think I might have raided hosted you when I streamed it way back when. That's probably true, Hypes. I've been playing Kerbal, so that was the first game that was the first time I ever went live was with Kerbal. And it's a game that, for me personally, is quite close to my person, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, no, I like it. Quite possibly that's where you know. It's either that or Minecraft. I feel like those are the two main games that have always been around on this channel, right? It's been Kerbal Space Program and Minecraft. So yeah, anyway, I can't really remember. It was like 5 years ago after all. Absolutely, yeah. Honestly, I've been playing KSP a good bit, and I haven't even launched something into space properly. I've always just get sidetracked making cool planes and stuff. You see, that's the wonder of the game. It's a sandbox game. You can do whatever you want to do with it, right? And that's one of the greatest things I think that you can do. Like, it's not just a space game. You can do aircraft and stuff like that, and for the longest time I was doing aircraft as well, space planes and things, and I wouldn't mind having a go at building an aircraft or some kind on Kerbal 2 at some point. I might need to position where I am. I think I've got a little bit more control over how the UI is kind of orientated. I can move things to different places, so we might be alright with this scene, but we'll see. But at the moment you can't see what I'm about to click, and that is single player. Oh, okay. Okay, so campaign. Start new campaign. All campaigns sort by date and name. Okay, well, I guess we've got to start new campaign. Difficulty. There's difficulties? I thought this was sandbox. It's a sandbox game, right? The game difficulty can change later through in-game settings. Okay, so I'm definitely a rocket scientist, right? I think I will allow reverts and quick loads. I'm gonna do a custom setting. I'm gonna allow reverts and quick saves, even though I never normally do that, if that makes sense. I am gonna do that. The reason why I've hit custom here is so that we can... Oh, I need to add my own flag. How can I... Ooh, I wonder if I can add a flag in the game files. Should we have a look? Let's see if we can add a... I didn't even think about this. Let's add my flag. That's if I can find the flag. Dude. You know, I'm already modding the game. Where would the game files be? Come on, Womble, you can do this. You've done this. You've done this loads of times. It's going to be the same place, right? Surely. This. Steam. Steam apps. Common. Kerbal 2? Let's have a look. Let's see if there is... Okay, so Kerbal 2 data. Plugins, resources. Resources, maybe? No. Managed. Not a thing. Okay. Bleeding Edge. Oh, it's not. They don't have the same... They don't have the same folder network as Kerbal. Uh-oh. I'm gonna have to learn all of this. I'm gonna have to learn. How do I... Maybe I can't. Yeah, so in Kerbal, it's under... What was it in Kerbal? Game data, right? Yeah, it's under game data. So Kerbal 2 doesn't have a game data file folder yet. Ah. There's no game data. Okay, so potentially can't add my own flag yet. That's annoying. Hey, I'm sorry, I'm reading chat. Just got sidetracked into making cool planes. My friend literally made a ship that was easiest to launch to orbiting thing, and I couldn't even do that. But hey, joke's on him because he sucks at making planes, so we formed a coalition where he managed to get into space and I may manage planes. One negative is that the details thing doesn't say that you can drag all the stuff from one place to another in Kerbal. Can't remember the exact terminology. Have you played Cosmetia? No, I haven't. I haven't. So apparently, for the moment, I don't know how to edit my flag. So that is, it is what it is. Campaign name. Oh, that's got to be Womble X, right? Womble X, right? Okay. We have set up with campaign. Oh wait, no, that's the agency name. Womble X. So the campaign name is engineering mode with oh, okay. So yeah, engineering mode. Okay. In terms of the flag, we're gonna go with bog standard. Oh, we get agency colors as well. Okay, so this is interesting. I mean, if we're gonna do my color system, it's kind of like a deeper purple, like down here kind of thing, like a space purple. And then the accent is the yellowy hazy color, like that, right? They're kind of my go-to colors. That's interesting that we've got that set. Agency colors, nice. I think the purple is too purple. It needs to be a little bit darker. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of this color system. This needs the color system that you get in, like, say, yeah, it's more over here. That's kind of like the, there we go. There we go. That's a little better. It's pretty good. It's like FTL, and you can build your own ships from scratch, make it difficult paint for the parts and something. Yeah, it must make it the default paint parts. Okay, interesting. Well, we're gonna go with this. We're gonna go with the purple and the cream. I might change it at some point. First time user experience. I am gonna do that, even though I've got like 5,000 hours on Kerbal Space Program. I'm gonna go. Ooh, hello. This looks cool. Okay, I'm excited for this because that does not look like the KSC that I know. So something that I have There's something else that I wanted to point out is that the KSC is going to be different. Everything is going to be different in terms of like the graphics. Like they've retextured Kerbal. They've updated it and they've made it. This, for me, reminds me of Cape Canaveral. Look, you've got a launch site over there in the background. Can you see it? So you've got 2 launch sites already, which, yeah, I'm okay with that. Especially if, like, in the lore, we can say, well, hey, this launch site needs a turnaround of, like, 20 days or something, so let's use the next launch site. Or that launch site can only launch small rockets, this one can launch mega rockets kind of thing, you know? You have each launch site is dedicated to an exact rocket that we designed. That could be pretty cool, because that's very realistic. You don't get, say, Delta 4 launching from the exact same launch pad as Falcon 9, right? There's a launch site dedicated for Falcon 9. Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy can launch from 39A or Launch Complex 40, or ULA is 41. Is that Launch Complex 41? That's like 41. Yeah, that's ULA. I was correct. 41 is ULA. And then obviously you've got 39B, which is other stuff. Hello. It's a bit quiet. I wasn't expecting.
Since the dawn of Kerbal-Kind, we have looked to the sky and wondered what sublime mysteries lie hidden in the darkness. Like
Sounds like Carl Sagan.
These untold treasures may soon reveal themselves due to the efforts recently found in Kerbal.
Oh my! I think that might have been the only copy of the orientation film. Hold on! Slides, somewhere. Welcome to your first day running the Kerbal Space Program. This campus hosts the greatest ever gathering of astronomers, astronauts, and engineers. After years of focused effort, this collection of geniuses has created...
It's a bit quiet. I do realize. I apologize.
...impressive buildings. We believe we have all the necessary pieces to take our first steps off the ground. The best way to advance our technologies further is to get up there and learn by doing. All we need now is somebody to show us how to put all these parts together. Well, we also need somebody to help us out with the flying. We need a lot of help, actually. That's why you're here. My name is Paige, by the way. If you need any hints, feel free to visit me over at the training center. Everything in there is well padded, so it's a great place to get up and running. Welcome aboard!
Okay, I'm digging that. It's cool. There's subs. Nice. Third and fourth on the left too. Default paint. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so first thing I need to do is turn up the volume, because that was pretty cool, actually. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't expecting that. Let's go to settings. Audio. So that must be voiceover level, maybe? It must be on that. Music levels, maybe that. I don't know. Well, yeah, it's always difficult when you're playing a game for the first time. Like, you can never get the sound settings right in the game, because all games are tailored differently. Okay, shall we go straight into the VAB? Hello and welcome to Kerbal Space Program. This is the campus and everything you need to turn the fledgling space program into the stuff of legends. Our engineers have created a training program that will guide you through building and flying your very first rocket. It's fine, that's going to the moon. You can go through these lessons here at the training center. I'm not doing that. If you want to start building right away, the vehicle assembly building is the building that you need to go. Yeah, okay, let's go. Let's go to the VAB. This looks really good. We shall see. Okay, so what do we have? So we've got a Mark 1 tin can. That seems to be the only pod. No, we've got multiple. Okay, so we've got a cockatoo. Okay. Sightseer. Tuna can. The Wanderer. Okay, so if we start off with this, let's have a look. So this very much looks like the Mark 1 can from before. That's the Mark 3, I believe, right? Yeah, Mark 1 to 3. And then we've also got the tuna can. Now, question. Okay, Paige, you're in the way. Welcome to the vehicle assembly. This is where you assemble the vehicles and take whatever you want to go. This is the parts picker. You can pick it and place it in the workshop if it was good. Starting engineer of the command part and engine and fuel tanks and blah, 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 blah. Assembly, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I know how to do this. This is where they've changed something fundamental in this, and I don't know how to do that. Launch location. Okay, that's fundamentally changed, and I missed that. It's fine. It's okay. We'll figure it out. Now, is there a second version of this, or is this just what you get? Because this, in the first game, they changed this so that we could. Yeah, I don't think so. I think this is crew light enabled, disabled. Interesting. They've definitely made the interface a lot different. Okay. So what's this one? The Wanderer, 4-seat lander can. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So that's a brand new part that I've not seen before, and this is a brand new part which we've not seen before. So what is this? This is a Mark 3 to 5. So this is a much bigger thing. Okay. Okay. We've got the Concorder, which is the Mark 3 spaceplane part. We've got the Mark 2 spaceplane part. That looks a little bit different in dimensions. It looks a bit more pointy, which is actually good, I think. I didn't want that one. We've got the inline. Can you not? We've got a... What's this? Is this a Mark 1 Raven single-seat cockpit? Okay, so that's definitely fundamentally changed. That, personally, I think that looks really ugly. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. It doesn't quite look right, but that's fine. And then we've got the inline, which is pretty much the same. That's what it was before. Let's have a look at the probe cores. So we've got a few big probe cores here, extra large and large. So I think, so you've got your Sputnik as well, which is good. So a lot of this is very much the same as what we had. There are some changes by the looks of it. What about the rover parts? Okay, so this is definitely absolutely changed. That is a... Is this something that the Kerbals can get inside? It looks like it. Interesting. So we never had that before. We never had, like, rover. See, that was what I was looking for. I was looking for this because if you remember, one of the updates for Kerbal was... Also, you were absolutely right. The base colors is the purples, right? I think my rockets need to be like that. Purple. I think you should be able to change the colors for this. Vehicle, fly safe. Scott Manley. That's nice. Okay. Looks nice, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, so next thing. Can we clip parts into each other? We can. That's good. Don't know if that's going to work yet if we did that. So we can do, like, fancy little things. I've got no clippings, so... No? There we go. There we go. So we can clip things. Yeah, okay, so that's all clipped aligned. Perfect. We can kind of move it around any way which we want to. I'm not so much of a fan of the orientation system. It just looks a little bit too childish. But that being said, maybe the game does need to be a kid's game. Okay, so that looks cool. We've also got the jetpack thing that I will use at some point. Okay, fuel tanks. Like I was saying, I mean, there's a lot of fuel tanks here that are very methane. Hello. Okay, so we've actually got different fuel types now. So we've got Methalox, we've got methane, we've got monopropellant, we've got xenon, and we've got hydrogen. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so the Methalox, I presume, has both oxidizer and methane. That's cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Methylene. What does this have? This has just methane. We've got the monopropellant, which is going to be just a monopropellant, which we can assume is a... we've got xenon, which is obviously going to be xenon gas. And then we've got hydrogen, which is just hydrogen. Okay. And then we've got fuel lines. Perfect. Let's have a look at the engines. So this, fortunately, solid fuel. Fortunately, this kind of gives us a little bit of an idea. What do the jet engines run on? Do they run on just methanol? Maybe hydrogen? I don't know. The jet engines look exactly the same as what they were before, so they've not messed with the jet engines. I love how they look on the side now. Me too. I like the fact that they've grouped things on the left. I realize my webcam's not in the best of places, but that's okay. We will sort it. Okay, so in terms of Methalox engines, we've got a Labradoodle, which looks like a... yeah, so that's a vacuum, ISP vacuum of 343. So that's a vacuum engine. So that's the Labradoodle. So that is an extra large version of, which I presume, the Poodle, right? Labradoodle and the Poodle. Makes sense. It's just like a bigger version of the Poodle. Okay. Now, something I want to have a look at. Can I... what does that do? This? No? So, unfortunately, you can't kind of customize the engines the way that you could customize... oh, wait. What's advanced controls? Okay. Toggle generator, independent throttle. I don't know what those do yet. Fairing enabled, fairing disabled. Okay. So we can't quite customize... I've already broken it. We can't quite customize the engines the way that we could with Kerbal. Apparently we've got favorites, and that is the Swivel and the Terrier. The 909 Terrier has returned. Okay, so... if this is the case, we've got some structure parts as well. We've got clamps. They're launch clamps. Okay, I see. Engine mounts. Okay, that's good. So we do have engine mounts. That's good. I was worried we would get rid of those. We've got adapters. We've got body parts, panels. Good. I need some panels. What do the panels look like? The panels look very different, don't they? The panels... we don't have the standard panel. These are the updated panels. We don't seem to have... do you remember the original panels that you used to get in Kerbal 1? They got rid of those. Interesting. We've got hub stuff. What is this? So this is... ooh, different sized cubes and things. Now that's going to be useful. That's going to be useful. For when we're designing bases and stuff, that's going to be great. We've got some truss segments, quite a lot of different sizes of truss segments as well, which is cool. Truss adapters, truss resizers, perfect, and some tubes. Okay, so there's a lot more structural stuff now, which kind of makes sense because they're going for more colonizational stuff. Let's have a look at the coupling. So we've got our normal stack decouplers there, and we've got the separators. They're pretty much the same. Radial decouplers. So a few additions here, like there's extra large versions now, which is probably good. And the docking ports, which is the thing that I really care about. So we've got the Clampertron docking port, which... Pass. This is... So I think... The Clampertron is a small docking port designed to attach to any docking port of the same diameter. This includes the shielded inline and Mark II variants. Docking port Junior Clampertron. So I think this is the standard docking port that we've used in the past. That's just the standard one. This is the large, the senior, and then we've got a newer version, like even bigger docking port, CC375D and CC5-D. Okay, so again, like much bigger, larger parts. So they're really going big with this, which is good. Payloads. Hello, fairings. We'll have a play with these in a sec because this is going to be important. But do you know what I really like? I like the fact that they've got the size indicators. You can't quite see them. You can maybe see them down here. So MD is like a size that will fit all. So instead of it being, say, 1 meter part or 2.5 meter parts or 3 meter parts, so on and so forth. You know how you had all the different part sizes? Then now it's just a lot simpler. It's medium, large, extra large, and then there's small and extra small kind of thing. So, look, ooh, plain wing things. We've got some wings. We've got not so many wings as I was hoping for, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, not so many wing stuff. I don't know what I just hit. I clicked a button there and I don't. And I can't seem to get rid of it now, maybe. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, look at that. Okay, so that is interesting. We can really... Oh, okay, so that's a huge change. This is a huge change. Oh, I'm in... Okay, I don't like the controls of the vehicle assembly building. Yeah, I never did. I used to prefer the airplane hangar bay. Okay, so we've got landing legs as well. All different types of landing gear. Thermal stuff. Electrical things, which is all your solar rays. So we've got a lot of different types of solar rays, which is good. We've got the kind of like the static solar panels. We've got some that retractable. Now I think they're all retractable, so you can extend and bring them in whenever you want. We've got communication, which is good, and we've got some parachutes, drogue chutes, RCS. So this is just utility. RCS. We've got some stabilizers. We've got some lights, which is our fashion lighting, and we've got some ladders. Okay, cool, interesting. So from this, let's design an Apollo-style launcher. Shall we do that? I cannot. I hate this. I hate the camera work. Okay, no. We can't go to the VAB. I cannot build in the VAB. Let's go back. Let's go back. Stop it. Let's go back. Okay, so I don't want the VAB. I want the airplane hangar. Please tell me there's an airplane hangar? Oh, no. No, Kerbal, don't get rid of the airplane hangar. No. We can only build things in the VAB. Oh no. Is there something I can do with like the camera work down here? It's not in yet. Feels bad, man. Yeah. I don't know whether they're gonna put it in, that's the thing. We can trip planner? What's this? What? Mun? There we go. It gives us all of our Delta V workouts. We no longer need this command. This absolutely destroys that command because we don't need it. It's all in game now. Thank you. Thank you, Kerbal gods. Kerbal Manager 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's quite a lot of Kerbals, but we've got our original 4 here. So we've got 11 Kerbals. Tim C. Kerbin. I reckon he is named after someone who passed away on the Kerbal team, which is pretty cool. What else do we have down here? Parts Manager. That is nothing. One-way round trip. So you can even do the round trip, and you can see how much Delta V you need. Obviously, Kerbin low orbit. You wouldn't need that because. Yeah, really all you need is Mun surface, Mun low orbit, and then the intercept. That's all you need. Yeah. You don't need that extra 3,400. Unless you were wanting to do that. I mean, we could do that. Let's do an Apollo style thing. I mean, I feel like that's the easiest thing to do, right? Engineers report Vesimal has no command part and will not be controllable on launch. Oh, okay, so there's a little bit of a report there going. There's rotate and translate. There are translation tools down at the bottom. Interesting. Workspace. Workspace orientation. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that's what it is. Please. Please. No, I can't move the camera. I'm stuck around the center. Wait. I can only move up and down. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. You can't move side to side. Like, I can't. Ugh. Okay. Workspace orientation. What if I did? No. Oh, like, that's so annoying because we've got so much space over to there, and yet I'm stuck. The camera is stuck around a central point. I hate that. Center of pressure. Okay, so we've got center of pressure. That's good. We've got center of mass, and we've got center of thrust. Good, good, good. We need those. Ooh, what is that? Front. Okay, so I can... Okay, so maybe that's how. I don't know. Yeah, the camera is stuck around the center of the screen, so if I... No, because I moved... It moved. Okay, but anyway, this is what we're going to do. We're going to build a command module first, right? So the command module, what does the command module need to do? The command module needs to get... from low Kerbin orbit to the Mun, circularize, and potentially detach a lander segment. If we're going to do Apollo style, we need a lander segment. So it needs quite a lot of Delta V. Actually, no. Let's build the lander can first. That's where we go. How many Kerbals are we landing? Apollo had 2, right? So let's land 2 on the Mun. Nice and simple. This will be from low Mun orbit. So we've got, I may as well use it, trip planner here. It is, so I want from low Mun orbit down to the surface, we need 580 Delta V. Which is going to be dead easy to find, right? How do we know how much Delta V that I've got? I think it's down here, right? So we've got this going. Ooh, do you know what I'm going to have a look? I'm going to have a look at... let's try and do Mun lander. Let's actually try and... No, Moon lander. Moon lander. Let's have a look at the lunar lander. Let's try and replicate it as best as we can. Now, unfortunately, we don't have the lunar lander part. which sucks. Actually, we can make the lunar lander part, right? So let's add a... We're going to add a core part to this first. What do I want? I want a thrust segment. I don't want that. 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 Body? Structural fuselage or Rottweiler truck chassis. Ooh. No, but I do want a hub. Hey, Animal, how's it going, my dude? Okay, so we want a hub piece. Let's say this for the time being. Let's then get the... I kind of want to turn this into the shape that the lunar lander was. I need to put this in like a screen here so I can kind of have a look. It was very square blocky, right? It was this sort of a shape, but it held two people. Although it was only standing room and they were like pretty much blocked in, but it's fine. Also, we want it relative, the relative size needs to be kind of similar, right? So that needs to dock in with this there. Maybe I could just use this and then like use some girder segments to make it look a little bit more blocky. Or we could use some, we could use the, let's have a look. The panels, right? We could use the panels to kind of like make it look a little bit more square. Now, question, can can we mirror this? Can we do mirror? Oh, this is not gonna be this is not gonna be nice. I can. I can't seem to do mirror symmetry. Snap symmetry mode 6 times. Oh, there it is. It's you just have to rotate through the different type of symmetry mode. I see. Okay, so it's not a separate. It's not a separate thing. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. Okay. Do you know what? I'm not going to overcomplicate. I'm not going to overcomplicate. Let's just build the lander, okay? Let's build the lander. Let's build a segment body down at the bottom. Not that one. I'm actually thinking the circular one, please. So we will build something like this. I will... That's not quite the right size. That's not what I was aiming for. That's too small. Let's have a look at the girder segments, maybe. No, it's too long. What do I need? What do I need? It's so difficult. I really wish we could, like... we could do this. Also, I want to have a look. Now, can I put fuel through these pieces? Because in Kerbal, you couldn't. There was no fuel transfer through these. Thrust adapter. That might be what I want, actually. It might be like something like this, right? And then the fuel can kind of like go underneath here, because like in the actual lander they had like fuel tanks underneath. Do you know what I do need? Actually, I'm being an idiot. The lander, the first thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that the lander can separate and return back, so it leaves its landing segment. So we need 500 meters a second of delta V to be able to circularize, so we're actually going to round that up. So I'm gonna look at the we'll have a look at the aerodynamics here. Stack separator, nope, nope, nope. Maybe fuel tanks, let's have a look. So Methalox. Got a small tank there. That probably will be enough. Let's get the adapters. Okay, everything is... I'm losing things a little bit where everything is, so bear with me. No, not that one. So I would like this one. No, actually, you know what? This adapter might work well. Then we need an engine, which is going to be our spark engine, I guess? Or maybe we could go with the full-blown Terrier. What's the ISP on the spark engine? 315. What's the TWR? Maximum thrust is 20 kilonewtons, so... what's the thrust on that? That's 60 kilonewtons. That's the same. That's the same specs. So I want the spark engine. I don't know what that means. But that will do. Why can I... Where's my parts manager, structural? I don't... Engineer report, trip planner, action group manager, Kerbal manager. None of those is what I want. That's fine. It's fine. We'll figure this out. Then for the return, we will have... maybe the donut. So we'll put the donut there. Get rid of that. See, this is the interesting bits. The trust adapter. I think I want the trust adapter here, actually, don't I? Oh, maybe not. Trust resizer, maybe? No. I do like these truss resizer things, though. That's going to be really useful for later on. I don't think I want any of the truss parts, so I think just the adapters. My big question is, can we change the size of these adapters, or are they kind of like stuck? I think they're stuck at that at the moment, so that's fine. There we go. It's a little bit better, okay? It's a little bit tiny, a little bit, you know, it is what it is, right? So, something that we need for this, we need some monopropellant so that we can redock. Actually, docking port is very vital on this. How much Delta V do we have? I don't know why. Maybe I'm picking the wrong fuel type? That is a possibility. I can't seem to... The problem I'm having is I can't seem to... Has no communication made, lose control, flying beyond Duna, that's fine. Has no command part and will not be controllable on launch. So this is not a command part? Anyway, I don't want this. Wait, hold on. So we've got thrust, time, weight, assembly. Maybe get rid of that. Maybe that's throwing everything off. So all I want, here we go. We do. We've got a delta V readout. That's 261 meters a second. But is that like vacuum delta V? Is that vacuum delta V, or is that... This is launched at delta V, right? So... No. I want to see what is my vacuum delta... do you know what? We can figure this out, right? Because... Yeah, if we get all the information... Okay, so I'm not so keen on this, is the fact that you can't quite... Maybe I'm just not doing it right. I'm probably not doing it right. Let's be honest. Let's go back to the Methalox. So with this, we've got... where's my calculator? Let's have a look. Let's see if this is correct. So how do we do delta V again? So it is 315 times by 9.8 times by Where's the rocket equation? I need to bring it up. Hold on. I'm forgetting. MT over MT, where FT and MT are given functions of time. Yeah. Hold on. M1 over M. V dm. This natural logarithm. Okay, so this would be... I am... Because I don't think they're working out the delta V correctly. I feel like they're doing it on the vacuum as opposed to on the whatchamacallit. So that they're working out the ISP at atmosphere with one atmosphere instead of the vacuum. So how do I change that? That's the big question. Recheck your craft, please. Clear results. Okay. So from Kerbin, no. One-way trip. No, I like that. This delta V thing is shocking because it's completely useless. I want to know in terms of... Oh wow, there's boat launch. Awesome. I want to know in terms of delta V, how much in terms of a vacuum this is going to create. Anyway, that's beside the point. I think we're going to just continue on just for the time being, and I'll kind of like fix it later, I guess. Get rid of the fairing for the time being. Right, yeah, we'll figure it out as we go. It's fine. Now, this is where it gets difficult, because I don't know if Kerbal will allow for this. I don't know with, like, part clipping and things, whether I can do what I want to do here. That's what I want to do, right? So when we decouple, all of that falls away, but I have a feeling that the part clipping is gonna make this explode. Right? And then I want to build the lander tanks and stuff from that, if that makes sense. But I don't know whether I'll be able to do that. So that's risky, so maybe we're not gonna do that. Let's just get this thing into space. So if that's the case, let's go and get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, all of that, and let's just put some engine, put that there, and we will do no, didn't want that. Come on. Why? 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 There we go. Okay. Okay, something like that. So that's 542 meters a second. I don't know whether that is in atmosphere or whether that is whatever. If we reduce this down, how do we find out what the actual mass is? So that's going to be here. So total mass. Oh, I've got dry mass and total mass. Excellent. So we can do the workings out with this. So we've got a dry mass of 204 and a total mass of 2 whatever. Okay, let's TWR. Yeah, that TWR is not right because this is working it out from atmosphere. We can't seem to switch the delta V from atmosphere to vacuum, right? I'm using a vacuum engine. I'm building with a vacuum engine. I want to know what the delta V is in vacuum. I don't want to know what it is, you know, not in vacuum. We've got monopropellant on here. Okay, that's good to know. We've only got 0.16 tons though. Okay, so let's see if I can remember how to get this, the delta V equation. I might be forgetting, but I believe it's 1.5 times by 9.8 times by the natural logarithm of is it dry mass over total mass or total mass over dry mass? I could be doing this wrong. I'll find out when I see the number. That's a negative number, so that's not going to be right. Yeah. Okay, so I've got 910 meters a second, I think. Let me have a look, see if they are working it out with the ISP and atmosphere. 270. 780, it says there. I'm wondering if gravity has changed for Kerbal. So they're saying, I'm getting a reading of 542 meters a second there, but when I do it on my calculator, I've got 780. So am I missing something? Am I missing something in my delta V equation? It's the ISP times by the local gravity. Maybe it's 9.81 maybe? No, it doesn't really make much of a difference. Is gravity more on Kerbin than what it is? I tell you, there might be a way to find this out. So if we go to Tracking Center, let's have a look at this, because this is where I feel like we'll find the information out. Right? So if we have a look at Kerbin, orbital characteristics, physical characteristics. Let's have a look, see what the gravity is. It is 1 point whatever meters a second squared. So yeah, that's 9. So I'd have to do 9.81 because that's, yeah, I think. So that's the same as Earth, more or less. So what am I doing wrong here? What am I doing wrong? See, I'm getting a different delta V readout, so that makes me feel like I'm not accounting something. Hold on, I can figure this out. So it's meters a second. So that is meters a second squared times by a second, so that would be meters a second. Okay, yeah, so that works. Yeah, I should be... Interesting. So, potentially either something has fundamentally changed in terms of delta V readouts, or this isn't accurate down at the bottom. Or something potentially is not accurate, right? Or I've input something wrong. I could have input something wrong. Anyway, let's continue on, because I'm going to trust my personal calculations over the calculations of the game, because I don't quite trust that. But the worrying thing is that I'm thinking I've got more delta V than what the game's saying. So if I go by what the game's saying, then I will have extra delta V. But if I go by what I'm thinking, I'm not going to have enough. Anyway, let's carry on regardless. I think I'm going down a rabbit hole here. A rabbit hole of questions. We've got crew cabins here as well. Nice. Hitchhiker cabin. That hitchhiker cabin looks amazing. Dude, that looks really cool. Oh, that. Okay, so they've definitely made some improvements to some of the cabins. We haven't seen that yet. Truss segment as well. So I could pretty much create my own fairings. Nice to know. We've got cargo bays. Can we open said cargo bays? How do we open the cargo bay? I see. Okay. We've got a lot of different types of cargo bays too, which is gonna be really, really cool. We've got a nose cone cargo bay. Open it. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's have a look at the fairings, because we will be wanting to build the fairing. Oh no, what did I do? What did I do? I don't know what I did. Okay, fairings are weird now. Fairings are weird. We're gonna have to mess around with those later. That looks scary. Okay, anyway. Let's do... So I wanted docking ports. So we want a docking port on the top of here. Let's make that look a little bit nicer, I think. So let's have I need some form of enclosed... like enclosed kind of docking port system, kind of like that kind of thing. I think that kind of looks a little bit more docking porty, kind of a lot more like what it was. Acquire force is down, fuel cross feed is on. Perfect. So that's the coupling. Engine spark. I can really mess around with this. So that is for getting back off of the surface of the Mun. I'm playing around with this because this kind of curb into the Mun to the Mun's surface is 580. This says it's got 515 meters a second. Personally, I think we've got more than that. But, I mean, I could be wrong. So if I am wrong, should we add, like, a few extra of these, right? Not gonna lie, I'm not so much of a fan of the, I think that's a little bit extreme, but I'm not so much of a fan of the translation controls, honestly. So that gives us 900 meters a second. We don't need 900 meters a second, according to this. Let's have a look. See what other Methalox stuff we've got available. How much does that give? That gives 200. Sure. Do you know what? I'm gonna do something a bit different here. Let's get one of these. One of those. How much does that give us? That gives us 595 meters a second left. Again, it feels like it should be more than that. Is there something... Anchor assembly. Okay, no, we already know that. Launch assembly. I don't know what launch assembly means. Color management. Oh, we can... Aha, so we can actually do different colors. We can change the agency colors and stuff. We'll stick with the purple and the white for the moment. We don't need that. So how do I get rid of that? How do I stop? How do I stop doing this? Because there's no X up here. There's an X there, but there's no... Oh, I wonder if it's... I don't know. Weird. Action groups. We do have action groups available. That's toggling the crew light, so I'm going to get rid of that. That crew light is going to be disabled because their Kerbals will not be inside. We want some form of monopropellant. Will you go away? So we want some form of monopropellant so that we can create the reaction control. So maybe that's under engines, I guess? Monopropellant, that's the engines there. So it's not under engines. So... command control, maybe? Cockpit, favorited items. It's not going to be under favorites, because I've not gone through that and picked my favorites yet. So we've got decouplers, payloads, aerodynamics, ground. I wonder if it's under utility. It is. So unfortunately, this is the only RCS thrusters that we've got. We've got the veneers, we've got the thruster blocks, which we are going to go with. Now, the best place for these are going to be on the lander can itself, I think. How much... It doesn't give me an ISP for your thruster blocks. That's an undersight. So I don't know what the statistics is. Shift to view more. Huh. There we go. So now we can. So we've got 240 in vacuum with 1 kilonewton worth of thrust. So we need some monopropellant tanks on there. Fuel line, monopropellant. Which we can add in down at the bottom, down here. So I can... do this sort of a thing. I'm actually going to attach it to the lander can at the bottom. Hey Kater, how's it going, my dude? Welcome in. It's the first time I'm ever playing Kerbal Space Program number 2. Okay, so there is definitely something wrong there, because that is not in center. So I wonder if I detach it and then attach it back, it goes to the center? No? I don't know what's going on. Because that does not look like that's centralized, does it? That doesn't look like it's centralized either. Maybe it's the weird shape of this. Control orientation. No, I'm wondering if we could change the shape of that, but I don't think you can. Yeah, I don't get this, because that... I mean... Do you know what I really don't like? I don't like the camera angles that we're kind of stuck with here. I really don't like these camera angles. I really wish we had the VAB, the spaceplane hangar. It's like nothing's quite... the game has got a first-person camera. What, from here? Now, how do I access the first-person camera from here, if you're aware? See, that looks right, but now I'm worried that everything is slightly off-centered from the center of mass, right? So your area of thrust is going to be off the center of mass, which means... when this launches on the Mun, this is going to be... it's not going to control well. There's not much I can do to... Also, I've just noticed there's no... Get rid of this. There's no ports on this the way I'm thinking it should be. So maybe we want 4 times symmetry, and I kind of want it to align probably about there. And again, this needs to be over the center of mass for docking. I might bring it down a little bit, because when... No, I don't need to bring it down. The docking ports have to align with the center of mass of this in this form, because this is the only time that this will dock to something else. The other times that things are going to dock to this, that's from the command module. I'm saying that Kerbal 1 is the first person camera. I'm saying like Kerbal 1, the first person camera. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay. No, so the way I used to build things in Kerbal, I used to build everything in the spaceplane hangar because I had free movement of the camera going around all the individual parts. Because when you start building big, I always felt that the VAB was very limited because the camera itself is stuck on this central axis. You cannot move it left over to here, you can't move it right over there, unless there's a way that you can do that, and I'm not actually aware of it. But yeah, I've never enjoyed that. There is this mode where I can kind of like do, like, I can go into this mode and we can kind of like see what it looks like. But as soon as I want to rotate round, it comes out of that. If that makes sense, I don't know. So that's kind of more like a blueprint mode. So this is kind of like blueprint. But if we look at this under there, it doesn't line up. It doesn't look right. The part itself doesn't look like it's lining up. Because if I snap that into its actual attachment node point, the monopropellant tanks are not... that bothers me a lot. Like, the actual attachment node doesn't seem to correlate with the textures. Can you not do that? That's not what I wanted. So that attachment point isn't in the right place on the model. I think I found a bug. It's either I've found, like... I don't know whether it is a bug itself. That looks fine. What if I grab one of these, rotate that round to there. Yeah, get rid of that. A little bit cheesy to clip my fuel tank in, but looks nicer, so... No, it doesn't. Like, I don't know if you can see this. This is really bothering me with the part. Like, the bottom doesn't line up with the other parts of its size. I think I know why that is, though. I think I know why that is. Because, I don't know if you can see, there's like a lip that goes out on this part. So it creates a weird shape, but there's no other part that I can find, unless it's maybe the truss adapter that would fix this, maybe? No, even the truss adapter, like, there's like an overlapping area of that part here and that part there. So it's just, they don't, it doesn't work. What about if I put the resizer on? No, I think it's like any part that I'm finding is just not gonna fit. So there's an issue with this lander can. So, gonna get rid of the lander can. I can't deal with that. My My OCD is triggered. Unless there really is something I'm missing in terms of customization of parts. But I don't think there is. I think it's fairly clear the Landacan isn't quite configured correctly, which leads me to believe that maybe some of the other parts probably aren't configured correctly, but this is early access, so kind of makes sense. Now then, that means I need to build a Landacan out of these, and again, we want 2 Kerbals. To land. Is it that, or we just ignore the fact that the things... Should we just ignore it? I feel like we should probably just ignore it and just go with, like, that. And just stop stressing. Ah. Oh my goodness. I don't like these translation controls either. I'm not gonna lie. Not overly impressed. I'm not overly impressed with the translation control stuff. It still isn't lining up? Maybe? No, now it's lining up. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the solution. We just ignore the fact that it doesn't fit. Okay. So what's the mass of this now? Also, something else that I think I've figured out that the Delta V readout down here is not accurate. And I don't know how to customize it. So if anyone has any ideas on how to customize that, go for it. But for the time being, I'm going to be using my good old Delta V workout. So it's 315 as the ISP times by 9.81 times by the natural logarithm of, I want to say total mass over dry mass or dry mass over total mass. I can never remember. Oh wait, no, hold on. No, it's like total mass minus dry mass over dry mass? Because it's the change. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I think. No, that's not right. That's a negative number. That's not what I wanted. I think it's total mass divided by dry mass. I can't remember, okay? I'm gonna get a very similar number to what I had before. Yeah, I am. That doesn't feel right. I'm looking at that and it's saying 900 meters a second for the vacuum Delta V. But if I go on to the... this, I think, is working out the Delta V equation for atmosphere. So it would be 270. Which should change it. That should reduce the number, but then I'm still getting 814, which doesn't feel right. I can't remember how to do the Delta V workout. I'm gonna have to Google this. I stopped needing to do this. Starting mass over dry mass times by ISP times by... Yeah, I'm correct. I was right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So it's starting mass divided by dry mass. Yeah, I'm right. I'm doing it right. Okay. I'm doing it right. Okay. So why am I not getting the same numbers as what they've got here? Unless they're counting in these, I guess. I mean, that's 949 meters a second. I only need, what, 520? 560 to launch from Kerbin. So let's reduce the amount of fuel that we've got. No. No. Fuel tank. That's what I want. This one. Okay. So let's bring... Oh, this isn't good. The fact that this is... not linked is bad. I may as well keep the entire fuel tank. Whatever. It gives us some leeway if I get the launch wrong. I mean, it is my first ever launch in Kerbal Space Program, right? Okay, so that's what we're going to do for the launch segment of the lander can. We now need to build a lander segment, the bit that will land here. So we want some form of coupling device. So probably this. We definitely do not want shroud enabled on that. So fairing disabled. And I need to build off of the decoupler. And I'm thinking I'm gonna go high risk. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do high risk here. I'm gonna make it look good and hope it works. Adapter, because I don't know how Kerbal actually does function just yet. So we want truss adapter. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do it that way around. And I'm gonna do this, right? And then all the way around this, we'll have fuel tanks. So how much mass is on here at the moment? So total mass is 3.25 tons. I need to start writing this down, otherwise I'm going to forget my workings. Doing things the old-fashioned way. Am I out of... Oh no, I've got a little bit of space. So... 3.25 tons. So that's the amount of complete 100% mass that we're getting into orbit. Because the dry mass will change now. I'm curious to know whether that is going to work. I have a feeling it's probably not. I have a feeling that as soon as you decouple that, that's just going to explode. But screw it, let's do it. You know, like, what is Kerbal without explosions, right? This is our first ever launch. We're allowed to create a monstrosity. The actual lunar lander kind of had like these truss segments that were, it was kind of like an octagonal. Let's do some panels. Let's get some paneling in. Make this look good. We want it 6 times symmetry. No, didn't want to do that. I need to stop hitting number 3 because that's annoying me. Bring it down. Why? Why does that not work, like, right away? So that is another bug, I believe. So I'm going to create, like, kind of a little thing here to house the inner workings of this. Then we're going to add in some fuel. So the fuel tanks, we're going to have... Actually, you know what? Let's pick the engine first. I think we all know which engine we're going for, so we may as well just go straight for the Terrier. Ooh. Ooh. I do want an adapter plate, though, for that. So it doesn't look ridiculous. Maybe a truss adapter? No. Truss resizer. The problem is they're just too big. Oh wait, no. I'm being an idiot. I just want a normal adapter. I just want, like, one of these. Like that. That is absolutely going to be... Actually, do I want that there? Yeah, I don't want that there. Let's get rid of that. I need kind of like a... I need an engine plate. That's what I need. Engine mount. Let's do that. No. Oh, that's annoying. Of course that's annoying. Okay. Sod that. I'll put those on last. Definitely need some form of fuel storage, so let's put those in here. Build that up to there. Bum bum ba-dum. Get the 909 in. And because we can't re-texture the 909s at the moment, we're gonna just like move that up a little bit. Is there a way for me to see what different... It doesn't give me, like, the individual staging delta V. It doesn't give me the individual staging delta V, which is very, very annoying. Like, how have they done an inferior job from Kerbal? Like, with the delta V system in Kerbal? Like, how have they managed to do that? You can see it if you expand the stages, like in KSP1. Hold on, so how do I expand the stages? How do I expand the stages? Where's that? Also, hey Callie, how's it going? Somewhere there is a button, I can't remember. Okay, so there is a button to do it. We can do it. I'm just being dumb. Okay, that's fine. If there is a way to do this, then fair. The arrow next to launch. Ooh, okay, there we go. But the thing is, I don't believe these Delta V workings. I don't believe them. Oh, I really don't like these. There you go. Thank you very much, sir. Hey, Callie, how are you? I am struggling at the moment, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not necessarily struggling, I'm a little bit perplexed by what's going on. Which is good. I'm learning. So it's saying 984 meters a second. I'm still not trusting that because I'm pretty sure it's taking the atmosphere's ISP rating of the engine. But then when I do my calculations on my calculator, I'm coming up with a much bigger figure for both atmosphere and look, so if I do 170, it doesn't give me, unfortunately it doesn't give me, well, I know what the is that gonna reduce all of them? Yes, it is. Okay. So the total mass, the total dry mass right now is 5.1 tons. This is just for this stage. 9.81 times by the natural logarithm of, so that's the dry mass. So 5.15 tons. And the total wet mass of this stage, 6.95, right? I don't know whether the staging is correct though. That's another thing. So I'm now getting 499.8 meters a second on that stage. That's vacuum. That's the atmospheric delta V, right? So if I went vacuum, that is 335. So I'm now getting 985 meters a second, which is the exact same as what I've got here. Huh. So why is this only 517 meters a second? I don't get that, because that's not what I have. Like, I'm using the Spark engine, right, for the upper stage. So that's 315 meters ISP, right? 315 seconds for the ISP. The total mass of that upper stage, let's just detach this and then we'll find out. So the total mass is 3.25, and the dry mass is 2.38. So I did it wrong. 2.39, sorry. So I'm getting 2.5. I'm getting 949 meters a second in this upper stage for the vacuum engine. But the game is recording 517. So either the game is wrong, or I'm doing something wrong. I'm going for the game is wrong here. And the reason for this is because when we did the delta V calculations adding in this second stage here, this number down here, the 984 meters a second, is exactly what I was expecting. So I'm thinking the game is not it's not got something isn't quite right with that Spark engine. So this is potentially a bug that we need to report. Potentially. I don't know if... Actually, I'll tell you what. Let's do these calculations together. So I'm not just doing it on my calculator, right? Let's do the calculations together, because I think this is important. If we're finding a bug, I want to... I'm very good at finding bugs, okay? If I'm finding a bug, I want you guys to make sure that you agree. I want you guys to agree to me. So here, let's do this, right? So the delta V equation, in terms of Kerbal, as far as I'm aware, is your instant specific impulse, which was 315, multiplied by your local gravity, which the gravitational body that we're going everything by to make sure that the delta V equation is always what we want it to be, is 9.81. That is multiplied by the natural logarithm of the total mass, which was 3.2... I've got it right down, hold on. So I don't have to switch back to the game. 3.25. Divided by... Oh. Okay, wait, hold on. I don't know. I don't know how to use this calculator. No, okay, wait. Clear. Okay, so what we're trying to do, 3.15 multiplied by 9.18 multiplied by the natural logarithm of... Oh, I see. Okay, so this isn't working the way that this isn't working the correct way. How do I use freaking calculator? I don't... no, I don't want that calculator. It's dumb. Let's find... I don't know how to... Casio, no. I want the actual scientific calculator, but wait. I want a proper calculator program that you guys can see that I understand. No. Why is this so difficult? Why is there not like an easy freaking scientific calculator I can just go on and use that isn't stupid? That doesn't like automatically do all the calculations as you're going, like that. Hold on. No. What about Desmos? Here we go. This might be better. Okay, let's see if this is first. Okay, so we wanted 315 multiplied by 9.81 multiplied by the natural logarithm, which I do not see a thing for. The natural logarithm of 3.25 divided by 2.39. Windows calculator, why can you not do this? Why can you not do this? Okay, your answer shows up here, right? So I've got, on my calculator, I've got the exact same. Alright? That is how you do delta V equation, right? So I'm saying, so this equation is 949.7 meters per second, right? After playing KSP2, I realized how much I rely on stuff like Kerbal, Kerr, and MechJeb. I never played with mods on Kerbal, so I learnt the game. So that's your delta V equation. However, the game itself is saying that the delta V equation for this Spark engine is 517. So I'm thinking, okay, well maybe it's taking it from the Atmosphere ISP. The Atmosphere ISP, can I hover over this? Can I, like, lock that into place at all? No? Nope, can't? Okay. Well, anyway, the, down there, the ISP for Atmosphere is 270. Okay, well, maybe it's doing 270 instead. That's what I was thinking in my head. But no, we get a delta V of 814. Now, the TWR, the thrust to weight ratio, is not going to be very good because it's got a very low thrust center. So if these readings are correct for this engine, the delta V should be much higher than what we're seeing here. But the delta V is saying 517. So, what am I thinking? Either the part is broken in forms of the actual readout of the delta V of the ISP of the engine is significantly less than what we're actually getting, or the readout is broken. Is it getting fuel correctly? I mean, I can't see why it wouldn't be. So the fuel... That's a good question, actually. The fuel is attached directly onto the engine. There's only one fuel tank. It's clipped inside of the resizer. I do this like to kind of like say, well, that's where the fuel is in that little bottom part there, right? So I can't see why not. We could test this. So let's save this. I'm not flying safe. Sorry, Scott. So let's just... Whoops. Let's just put that back on. I'm just going to save this to Monlander Mark 1. We will rename it later, right? I don't... Just save. Okay, so that is saved. Let's do a new... You want to leave? Yes. Okay, so let's do a new one. And let's just see if we get the same problem. I'm already bug fixing the game and I haven't launched anything yet. I don't know what that says about me. I'm already bug fixing a game. This is good. This is good. This is why I wanted to play this. So if we do the same amount of fuel, so we used this, where is my pot? There it is. So we used that small fuel tank there, and we used this. We should get, if the readout, I mean, if there was just a bug in the way that I'd placed the parts and the fuel wasn't correctly, this should translate to a lot more delta V than what I've actually got. 3,000 meters a second of delta V. Okay, well, let's do that in the working out. Let's figure it out. So we want the dry mass to change to 0.3 and the total mass to change to 0.8. 0.8, not 8, that would have... So 3,030. Interesting, so that's very similar. It's not exact, but it's very similar to what I had before. So there's something in my craft file that isn't I haven't routed the fuel correctly then. That's what I'm looking at, I think. I think you're right, Kelly. I've not routed the fuel to the engine the right way. Or maybe the engine is burning something that it shouldn't. Crossfeed bug? It could be a crossfeed bug. Yeah, I agree. Still though, the delta V number here is not what I was expecting. So I was expecting 3030. It's 3004. What? Here. Do you know what? I'll do this on here because I feel like you guys should be seeing this as well. 0.8. 0.8! Jesus Christ. Fat fingers. And 0.3. And we were considering this in the vacuum, so it's 3030. That's the delta V readout that I get. But the game is considering 3004, so that is inaccurate to what we should be expecting. So I don't think it is a crossfeed bug. I think it's a bug in the delta V workout for this engine. Let's try a different engine. So, much heavier engine, you would expect a lot less. We've got a dry mass of 0.67, and we've got a total mass of 1.17. So you would expect, because you've got more mass, less delta V, right? You would absolutely expect that. The game has picked up... Oh, also the ISP has changed, though, as well. So it's I need to change that too. So the game has picked up 1823335, right, is the new ISP. 1823. This is interesting because I've got 1832. So maybe there is a bug in the actual delta V workouts. Maybe it's working things out differently. So let's just to clarify. Unless I'm using 9.81 as gravitational pull, but actually the game will be using 9.81 something and something and something and something with all the digits, so that's probably where the discrepancy lies. So we do expect a little bit of a discrepancy. Because the game has... Oh, wait, no. That's not what I had before. Oh, yeah. See, the game has more figures that it's calculating out than what I've got, than what it's showing, right? So yeah, that's what I got on my calculator. So we're not gonna have the exact amount of delta V, like, bang on. There's other figures, like, they're rounding these figures up to decimal places for us, for our viewing pleasure. The way to see the actual true figures, to see if it's working out the things correctly, is to get into the game code and to bring up the debug menu, which is probably F12. It's not F12. I don't know how to bring up the debug menu yet. The spark on the test was way closer to the actual vessel. Absolutely, absolutely, Callie. You're right. I think. I don't. New workspace. Why? It must be this one. Let's load it. There we go. So, okay, so that's weird. Why is it not coming up as Munlander 1? Or is this because... I don't know. Screw it. It's fine. Okay. So, maybe there is a problem with the way that I've placed the fuel tank then. Again. It's very much not what I was expecting. I'm expecting like 900 meters a second here, and we're getting 500. Also, can I just add the rotation of these... Oh, no, they are. They're right. They're fine. No, they're not. It's not fine. Why? Why is it doing this? So there doesn't seem to be, like, the snap The snap doesn't quite work the same way as what it did in the old game. Like, there's no actual snap, and oh, whatever. I don't know. Okay, so we'll go back to that. We'll go back to this. Personally, I would test launch and see if it consumes all the fuel. No, because the first launch I'm doing on this game is going to be the full mission run through, so we're not doing any tests. Never. Never. But yeah, no, I think you're potentially right, is I probably should be testing this. Well, do you know what? I'm gonna go by what the game is telling me. I'm gonna go by what the game is telling me, and say that we don't have enough fuel to be able to get off of the Mun with that. So let's add a little extra fuel just to boost us a little bit. And then if we do run out of fuel, we run out of fuel, you know. It is what it is. You're calculating the dry mass. Also, monoprops are empty. Maybe the game calculates it whether monoprop stays full. Monoprops are empty? Maybe, but I was having this problem before I added the monopropellant. So, yeah, we were having this problem before we added the monopropellant. So, I don't think so. Now, this is a bug. When you, like, place a part, you can't actually alter its dimensions. You have to, like, click off it and then click back onto it. There we go, 713 meters a second now. That will be enough. So that's what we'll do. We'll just extend it up. I really hope that that decoupler will work the way that I want it to work. It's going to be really awkward if it doesn't. If it just explodes everything, which it might do. But we'll find out when we go to the Mun, right? We will find out. Okay, so let's get a landing segment on this. Let's get some landing legs. And then we will do the command module next. Where's my landing legs? Maybe in utility? Parachute, RCS, stabilizers, light, lander. No, that's a ladder. Dumbo. Oh, that might not be a bad idea, actually, have a ladder on this thing. I'm breaking the game. Okay, let's get the landing legs. Where would they be? Coupling structures, engines, fuel tanks, maybe ground? Landing gear? Landing legs. So let's... I kind of want to go with these ones. Now, the actual lunar lander had fixed, structured landing legs. They were always extended, right? Oh, I really wish I need to stop doing that. Hey Garrick, how's it going, dude? How are you? You're pretty good? Good, that's what I like to hear. Yeah, so the actual lunar lander had the, from what I understand, the legs were extended at all times. However, with mine, I'm not going to. I don't like the base of that. I kind of want a deeper, bigger base. Made an SSTO in KSP2. Nice. Ooh. Ew. They're like massive. However, I'm going to have a little bit of leeway, I think, with the lander can. Then I ran into a bug that deleted your crafts and won't let me launch. Uh-oh. I wasn't far in. Uh-oh. Yeah, I've already found a few bugs myself. Where's the ladder? Ah. Delete. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. Yeah, I found a few bugs myself. Okay, so that is the monopropellant. Made an ELO rocket and turned it into a slinky. Nice. Okay, so that is the Lunar Lander. Lunar Lander is done. Why is this vehicle renamed Fly Safe? I love you, Scott Manley, but that's not... Lunar Lander. There we go. Workspace name. We will have to go through the file save system because I get very, very paranoid about my file saves. Okay, so let's make a command module. So the way I kind of hope we can do this, if I move that... Oh. Okay, so we're actually centered around the craft. That's really interesting. Can I now make this as a separate thing over here? So if I do... So I think I have to do that, right? No? What I figured is that you should save every 2 minutes unless you want to lose your stuff. Yeah, I think that's probably gonna be what I'm doing. Oh no, I don't want to do this, Kerbal! Okay, I'm not a huge fan of how this system's working. Oh my goodness. Game, I swear to God, what is going on? Hold middle mouse button, it lets you move. It lets you move up and down, but it doesn't let you move side to side. There's no horizontal axis movement, it's very annoying. How did I do that? I don't know what I'm doing! Oh, breaking it already. Like, what? I don't even... Okay, maybe might be worth a reload here. I think this is the last. That was the last one, so we'll reload that. Load that. Okay. He summoned the Kraken. Oh, it's still there, look. Okay, I think the whole game is crashing. Or my PC's crashing? I don't know. Like, it could be the other. It could be my PC, right? It could be. It's now nighttime. Let's go back into the VAB. Let's see if that fixed it. I saw a screenshot of KSP orbiting Duna on the Discord. Yeah, I think that was Matt Lone that did that. I got thrown into a map view while I was building in the VAP. I don't know what happened. Stream almost crashed. The stream almost crashed itself? Okay, so it might have been my PC that didn't like it. Oh god. It's corrupted. I reckon I've got a corrupted game file. This feels very much corrupted. Oh. Damn it. See, this is the problem with early access games, right? It's just there. I'm just going to ignore it. What happens if I hit the launch button? So the stream almost crashed. Okay, so yeah, my PC might not be liking what I'm doing. G for landing leg deploy. Yep. Yep. Oh, wow, this is very different. I don't know what I did. Oh, there's a countdown going on. I don't know what's... Very dramatic music. You're playing on low. I think I have to also play on low as well. Graphics. Maybe environment prop off. Shadow details, medium, water quality, medium. I'm gonna go in for medium. We'll see if that works. FPS seems to get better away from the KSC. Yeah, I can probably imagine there's quite a lot of detailing and stuff with the shades and the shadows and things that they're probably doing too much of. There we go. So this is giving us an exact ISP readout. A local ISP readout. This graphic looks cool though down at the bottom. What are these up here? So we've got brakes, we've got landing gear. Oh, I see. Okay. So that's the solar. Abort! Abort doesn't do anything because I haven't... I've got vessel actions underneath my webcam that don't seem to do anything. Parts manager can go away. Don't need that. Rudolph, come. And that should be engine burnout, right? That went better than I was expecting an explosion with that one. Okay, so I was expecting an explosion with that one, so the fact that that didn't have an explosion is good. Okay. Revert to VAB. Confirm revert. Okay, cool. I like the new launch countdown they added. Yeah, that seems pretty cool. I mean, there's little things in this that, I mean, we've got to play around with. I liked the introduction music we had. Like the introduction video that you had when you booted up the game for the first time. That was really cool. Okay, so either way, we've got our lander there. So now what I want to do, I want to design a command module. So we need to design a command module. And we'll have 3 Kerbals in the command module, 2 that will transfer over to the lander, right? Power is also important. I should probably add some batteries to the lander itself. Electrical power. Because I have no way of recharging it unless the engines have alternators in the actual engines themselves. Not sure. This game is promising, I agree. I just hope it doesn't take them ages to fix things. They said they're gonna slay the Kraken, but it's definitely, yeah, that's still there. So that didn't get rid of my Kraken that I created. It's fine. We're gonna ignore it. So we would like a command module. So we want to go medium. So this is the problem now. Because I've built this first, I think I've got to attach things to it. So let's do... I'll tell you what, let's do it in reverse. So we'll do the command module kind of facing away, and then we'll rotate it around. Because I think I know what we're going to be doing. Also, let's, before I forget, because I will, let's add a little bit of electrical power to the lander can. I do miss the old textures, I'm not gonna lie. There we go. That should be enough. I would presume that's gonna be... Oh, this parts manager thing is annoying me. Electrical charge 100 U, so I presume that's gonna be enough. We've got 200 U plus whatever's on the lander can. Electric charge is 100 U, so that's 300 U. Yeah, the bug report is in the Discord. Okay, we'll be going on that. My main lander is falling through the Mun's surface as we speak. Soon we will pass Mun's core. Hey, Big Beat, how's it going, my dude? Okay, let's get a decoupler. Let's get a clamp. Docking clamp. Docking clamp. That's not the docking clamp I asked for. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna build this backwards. Because I can. I don't know how this is going to affect the actual orientation. Oh, I hate the camera work. I really wish I could... I wish I could move horizontally on a horizontal plane, so we keep the vessel fixed and I move the camera around the vessel. I really wish I could do that. It's why I never built in the VAB in Kerbal 1. So we need a heat shield. We need chutes. Are they radial? I think these look like radial. What does this do? Tolerance, impact, mass, shift. Semi-deploy is... yeah. Maximum safe velocity. Okay. So we've got the drogue there, but the drogues... Okay, so we will do 2 drogues and then 2 what's it? Probably won't need it, but we also don't want to make the mistake of like blocking windows and things. There's not that much info to go on, so I'm just gonna kind of like go from my experience of Kerbal with this. That's definitely enough parachutes. Yo, man. Hyping and grinding the KSP2 game. It's very unfinished, but I already love it. I'm liking bits of what I can see. I don't like not being able to move horizontally on a horizontal axis or a plane in the VAB at the moment. However, that's fine. Okay, so now we're gonna do a decoupler here, because this is the return. I think it's that size. No, it's the medium. that looks right. And then we want the command kind of module, which, if I remember, the Apollo command module was just pretty much like one of these tanks, and then a Terrier underneath. Something like that, right? And then underneath that, on the base, we can have the monopropellant, because we need monopropellant for docking with this. Now, actually, I think I need to work out how much Delta V we're going to have in this craft itself. Maybe we do a new workspace for this, and then we just merge them together, actually, instead of like building it as the same. That looks too big. Yeah, probably that, right? Because so what I'm doing with this, it's going from effectively low Kerbin orbit all the way out to the Mun. So that's about 900 meters a second. We'll say 1,000. It needs to circularize around the Mun, so that's another 200, 300 meters a second. So that's 1,300, and then it needs to perform an escape back down to atmosphere, which is another 900 meters a second. So yeah, so it needs about 2,000 meters a second on this. I think I'm massively overestimating how much Delta V I need, but why not? Gonna add some monopropellant tanks on the bottom. How much monopropellant is that? That's fine. And I'm going to estimate at where these go. That's 3. There we go. There we go. So that's the command module. It's nice and simple, nice and easy. Something else that we can do, we can have the electrical systems. So we're just going to do it with batteries. No solar panels or anything like that, because the Apollo mission didn't have solar panels. I think they just had like battery packs. What else do we need on the what's it module? Maybe a launch escape system. And then we need to like put this into a fairing onto a... Wait, what am I thinking? They had Apollo had a transfer stage, didn't it? Ah, God, come on, Saturn V, you know, Saturn V. It had a transfer frickin' stage, idiot. What am I thinking? So this actually only needs to circularize around the Mun and then return back to the Mun. Circularize with the Mun with that additional mass and then return back. Either way, that's probably more than enough Delta V. I feel like I've got probably too much Delta V with that, but it's a bit difficult to say because... Yeah, because the way the delta V workouts is not gonna... I'm gonna have to do the delta V workout myself. So how much mass do we have here? So we've got a mass of 7.4 tons. Ugh. Oh, okay. So this is a little bit of a bug, right? Because... Because whenever I rotate it round, the engine stays in the wrong orientation. Which is just frustrating. But anyway, it will attach like that anyway, so it'll be on the... It'll be in the launch mounts, probably like this, and then actually there's probably going to be a separator in between these. So it'd be like this, and adjustable tube, excellent. So we do have the adjustable tubes. Oh. Okay, so how do I adjust the adjustable tube? Oh, this is a fairing. I just want a segment. How do I... No, fairing disabled. Deploy type. None. So why can't I see? Ah, there we go. Okay. That makes sense. Kind of. So the idea is that that's how it would be on the launch stack. You would detach it, like both of those decouplers at the same time. They would separate, and I mean, you kind of got to move it out the way. So maybe detach. Do you think RTX can work with KSP 2? Just asking before I get it. Honestly, Kevin, I don't know. I don't know too much about game stuff. I would imagine yes. I mean, I'm running a system that's less than what you've got, and it's running Kerbal fine at the moment. I haven't properly stress tested the game yet, though. So really, what I want here is I want like a mount that we can dock with. A docking mount. So I'm almost tempted to... Whoops, didn't mean that. I'm almost tempted just to Where's the ring part? That. To like say, put that on. But then I'm afraid that the docking port's not going to work because I've attached to the docking port there. And if I know Kerbal, it's not going to like it. So we're going to keep it simple, stupid. We're going to attach it like that, and we're just going to strut it up. Keep it simple, stupid. Oh my god, the struts. Why? Why did it do that? Oh my god, the struts! Why are they crossing over like that? I don't... Well, it's cool that you can create cross-bracing. It's cool that you can create cross-bracing, but that's not what I was aiming for. Maybe we do aim for cross-bracing. Let's aim for cross-bracing. No, that's definitely not what I wanted, game. Actually, I kind of like that, but that's not what I was after. Do you think KSP2 is harder? So far, it is about the same. I haven't actually launched anything yet. I've only been playing for like 2.5 hours. I'm building a Apollo-style launcher, and I'm trying to make it look good because I want things to look good. So struts are not working the same way as what they did in the last game. They're just not. That's just not. Like, the struts just don't seem to be working the same as how they used to work. I don't know if there's one, like, kind of clipped in there somewhere. There might be. So, I guess I either do it like this. Oh. What? That's not what I want. Yeah, struts don't seem to be... What is happening? I don't know what is happening. Like, they seem like... They're just, like, completely... They're attaching themselves to the wrong strut connectors. And then I pull a new strut out and it's attaching it to the old strut. I don't... I can't. Like, what is happening? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, so they need to fix the struts. So the struts don't work. That's great. Good to know. The problem is, I know full well that... So I have advanced tweakables on, but it's not actually a thing yet. The struts don't work. That can also be... Where is this? Why is that not on my staging? One. Oh, it's there. For whatever reason, it's not there. That's the wrong engine. Ah. So I think, can I use the docking port as a decoupler? No. I don't think I can, so I can't use the docking port as a decoupler. So we have to use a separator, which is fine. So actually attach, please. Do I not have an attachment node? Is that, or is this is now my main rocket, maybe? Oh god, I've broken it, haven't I? Did we test the launch lander already? No, I'm not gonna test anything until we actually do the full run through, because I'm a maniac. I don't. Hey son, how's it going? I've already broken the game. Like, it didn't take long. Let's admit it. Like, nothing's snapping on now. I can't. Yeah. That's frustrating. I guess I have to reload. Yeah, you noticed. It's 4 minutes ago. Let's reload that autosave. Let's see what that one is. Let's reload the KSC. The VAB rather. Try to launch the launch assembly. I mean, if I try to launch it, I'm gonna lose the bits that have broken. Like, I'm gonna lose the command module there. There you go. That fixed it. Okay, so I can't. So we can't use the docking port there as a decoupler, right? Which is something that you used to be able to do on Kerbal. So let's get the stack separator then. And I'm going to make this look a little bit odd. I might crack in the whole thing out. But it's fine. Buttons at the bottom. There was something to, oh, was it rotate and translate? Was that what I was on instead of the selection tool, maybe? Or maybe it was the assembly anchor? No. Workspace orientation. See, the problem with the, like, this would be great if the workspace orientation, which was horizontal, right? Which is how I like to build. I like to build things horizontal. I don't like to build things vertical. If I could move the camera around, like, on all axes, that would be great. But I can't. I still can't get rid of that. That's just there. Like, we'll just ignore that, okay? We'll just ignore that. Okay, so that's the stack separator. So, functionally, this should work. That looks bad, though. So, maybe we do what I originally planned. Instead of having the separator, we'll do, like, a decoupler facing that direction here. We'll bring that down to there. We will then do, I don't know how the colliding works, but I have a feeling it's not too bad. We do a small test. And it worked quite well. Truss, segment, excellent. This is what I want. And we will, actually maybe I could have used like one of these cargo bay pieces. I guess the cargo bay would open. I don't need it to open. Okay, so we've got that truss segment there. Let's then put another decoupler on. That one needs to go that way. This needs to go to there. And then we're going to pull this entire thing down. Right? Which is exactly what I was trying to... That was what I was trying to do with the struts, but I'll just have the truss segment there instead. So basically, when we fire those two decouplers, which need to be staged together... Ooh. Hold on. So those two decouplers need to be staged together. Where's this decoupler? Ugh. Oh, that's there. Okay, so let's create a new stage. So that one needs to go into there, and this one needs to go into there. So they're now grouped together. That can be deleted. That needs to be staged before we ignite that engine here. This needs to be staged there. Oh my god, the whole staging goes so broken. That needs to be separated. The staging system on this is shit. It is Kerbal. So that. It should be this, right? Yeah. Okay, so that right there is the lander. So that needs to be like way up here. Those staging there, that's for when we rotate round. That is for the capture. Okay, cool. So we've got our lander can and command module sorted. Whew. Okay, let's continue. So this is where we're going to need fairings, right? We're going to need a fairing to kind of like go over everything up to here. And then up at the top, we need a... I'll tell you what, we need this. Nope. Nope. Maybe I was right the first time. We need that. And the launch escape system, which I believe is in utility. I did see it. That's the stabilizer. I don't want that. I have seen the launch escape system. I know it's here somewhere. And this is more for aesthetic purposes. I'm not planning on using that launch escape system. Clamps... I don't know. Maybe there isn't a launch escape system. Unless it's in fuel tanks. It might be in engines, actually. It would make sense if it was in engines, wouldn't it? There we go. There's the LES. I knew I'd seen it. Oh, why can I not go up? Okay, so that is attached the wrong way around. It needs to be attached that way. That way, cool. And that decoupler there needs to be separated as well. So let's have a look, see if we can find that decoupler. It's the newest one I've added in. There it is. It is on its own. Okay, so we can get rid of that. Get rid of that. And this will actually need to be down in that kind of area because we need our transfer. Oh my god, why can I not? Okay. Now we need the transfer stage. So this is the stage that takes us from low Kerbin orbit up to Do you know what I didn't do? I didn't see how much delta V we had on that, but you know what? I'm just gonna wing it now, because the delta V readouts just weren't working. I mean, we could... Do you know... No, we'll do it properly. We'll do it properly. So we know that that's about 7 tons, I believe. Oh my god, why? Why? I hate this. I hate the way that this is done. Because you can't... I want to know how much delta V is on this. So, let's put that back there. We shall set that as the center point, because I think that's way more important. We need to... Thank you. I want to see how much this weighs. So first off, let's put that back as the center point. Oh my god, game. Thank you. Okay, so what do we have here? So we've got 9 point... So this is now the payload. So this is the complete, absolute, total payload mass, right? So I'm going to write this down so I don't forget. So that is the payload. Payload is 7.93 tons, right? Nice and simple. Okay. So delta V in this. So that adds on to my... Right, so the ISP for the engine... so the dry mass... Wait, no, hold on. Wait, I didn't need that. I didn't need to write that down. So the total mass there is 23.34 tons. Okay. The dry mass would be literally what these tanks are, what the mass is with this tank on empty. So that is 15.34 tons. Okay, cool. Right, let's go and do that in the calculator. And, do you know what? Why? Write it down and then close it. And then we'll figure out how much delta V we've actually got from that engine overall kind of thing. Now, I'm gonna be slightly wrong here because we've got extra mass up there that we're not going to be taking to the MUN, but I want to know how much delta V we've got in that in terms of circularization and then escape. We need about 1,500 thereabouts. That's being, you know, conservative. Where's my I've got too many tabs open. Where's my calculator? Did I get rid of the calculator? I might have got rid of the calculator. Bear with me. Here we go. Calculator. Okay, so we've got the engine we're using is the Terrier, which is... what is the ISP on this thing? 335. Thank you. 335. I have to use the times because my actual times key is to change scenes. So 335 9.81 times by the natural logarithm of... Is it total mass over dry mass or dry mass over total mass? I can never ever remember. I think it's total mass over dry mass. 3.4 divided by 15.34. 1,300 meters a second, which should be more than enough. Because if you think about it, all I need to do, I need to circularize around the MUN with the payload. So circularization around the Marne, which is in-game. I do like the fact that this is in-game now, by the way. Circularizing around Kerbin. I don't want Bop. Around the Marne. So that's for the intercept, 860. So we need 280 meters a second. So we have way too much fuel. Way too much. Let's halve the amount of fuel, because I'm going to have problems with that later, aren't I? So let's take that. Let's take that. Oh, no. Actually, let's take that. What do we have attached to that? We've got... No. Those and those. Cool. Right, let's get rid of that, because we don't need it. And I don't want it. Let's go for the smaller fuel tank, and we're going to do the figures again. Because I feel like that smaller fuel tank is going to be way, like, plenty of fuel. I'll tell you what, we can just lower the amount of fuel that we're taking. We don't need to take... If we wanted that sized... Yeah, because that's 8 tons, but I'll tell you what, I want this. So I'm going to go back to the design, because the design looked cool. And we're going to edit the amount of fuel that we've got. Uh-oh. So we're going to lower the amount of fuel. So I don't like the fact that this is variable now. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. Okay. So let's say that. So this figure at the top has now changed to 17.03 tons. So that bit there is actually 17.03. So that is a lot more respectable. That's 343 meters a second. If it's going to take us, the game says optimal. I'll tell you what, we'll increase just ever so slightly then. We'll say that. So that's 17.8 tons. Yeah, 494 meters a second. I think that is good enough. So we'll do that. We'll just take less fuel. I think that's the answer, right? Okay, so that's all sorted because it looks cool and I like it, and I don't want to change the looks of it now. Okay, so now that's all sorted, let's get the transfer stage. I'm gonna save here. Save. Yeah, save. Okay, so let's get the transfer stage. So we want... So how do we want this transfer stage to look? So the first thing that we need some sort of separator. I'm thinking. We're actually going to go for the larger ones now. So we're increasing our size. Let's have a look at the different fuel tanks and stuff, because I would like... So this will probably be the Poodle engine. So we'll say that, for instance, apart from... I do not want the shroud. None. I didn't realize... Oh, that's because I'm attaching to the engine plate. Okay, I did know that that was a thing. Yeah, I want to attach to the engine plate. So, fairing enabled. It's going to be less, though. Why? Can I not change the length of the fairing? Where's the floating node option? Ejection force. Fairing enabled. A minute ago I saw like a floating node option. Okay, well, either way, that doesn't matter. As long as there's a node there, I am going to disable that. As long as that is attached where I want it to, we can actually bring the entire thing up here. And actually, I'm going to move this over to one side and we're going to build onto this. And we want a fairing. This is where it's going to get a little bit scary for me because I don't know how the fairings work in this game at all. And we want that fairing to go on top. And I think that's okay. Okay, so we've got that fairing on top. We also need a decoupler underneath the fairing, I think. So coupling, that's going to be the medium. So it goes inside the fairing. The actual fairing itself will sort that out. And then I want an engine. And I said we were going to do the poodle, right? So let's do the poodle. Because this is a vacuum engine. Unfortunately, we can't change the textures on it, but it is what it is. So there we go. So that's the poodle. What is the ISP on this? This is 340. That now is fixed, so all of this needs to be done. Yeah, I think that is the interstage right there. We can move the whole thing up a little bit more. And let's build this fairing. So edit. I don't know how fairings work. Okay. Okay, I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Yeah, it's a drag and drop thing. So is everything fitting inside the fairing for starters? It looks like it. I see. So now I want that to... No. I didn't want that. Edit the fairing. Okay, so let's bring that down. Let's go back, back, back. Let's bring that up to about here. I had that one in. Okay, this is much easier. And then I want to bring that to about there, maybe? This is much easier to create fairings now, dude. Okay. Oh, but then the fairing closes itself. Does it? Did the fairing close itself? I can't quite tell. Hold on, I need to have a look at Saturn V. Okay, so it kind of has the interstage there. Okay. A feature where you can edit the points in the fairing without deleting the upper sections. Yeah. I mean, it took Kerbal a long time to get. I don't know what it's doing. It took Kerbal a long time to get to the point of being able to do fairings correctly, so when it doesn't bug out, that's true. Yeah, because Kerbal fairings did used to bug out quite a lot. The concept of the fairing here is good, so I will give it that. The transfer stage is inside the fairing, isn't it? So I don't want the fairing on this bit. I'm being an idiot. I don't want the fairing there. I want a big fairing. The transfer stage here I'm being a bit of a tool, actually. The transfer stage here, this just needs to look the part, I think. No, because there definitely was like kind of like a fairing system that closed off the Landacan. Because the Landacan was kind of like encapsulated inside something, and the command module kind of grabbed it and then pulled it out away from that fairing. There is a photo somewhere. I'm going to see if I can find it. Of the third stage. Because the third stage is the... is the transfer stage, right? Here we go. Okay, I'm wrong. I'm absolutely wrong. This is the third stage here, so this is what I'm trying to build now. And that's where the Landacan was. So the lander was exposed. When they were in space, this is all inside the fairing. When it was on the launch pad. So if I do... Saturn V here. Oh, which, by the way, I realize you can't actually see any of this. I'm an idiot. There we go. Okay, so Saturn V. So this segment, all of that segment there, is the second stage, right? So that's the second stage. This is the clamshell deploy that's covering the Landacan. That's where the Landacan is, and this is the command module. So that's the third stage. Sorry, this is the second stage, and that's the first stage. So they consent to be clamshell deploy. Okay. I think so. What I'm trying to do with the fairings right now is this bit. That's what I'm trying to do with the fairing. So I want to go just underneath the command module. I want to kind of like link up somewhere here, somewhere there. So that's what I'm trying to do. Also, I have a feeling that that's probably not going to be enough, but we'll see. I will work out that. Actually, let's work out the... No, because surely the fairing is going to add mass. So where's my fairing? Womble, you blithering idiot. You're completely correct. So where is my fairing? Structures. Is it under structures? I'm trying to remember where everything is. Not fun. I do have these little devices which we could play around with at some point, so that's good. So actually, yeah, I do want that. So on this, underneath here, I want this. Actually, I wonder if there's a fuel tank that will do that. Because that's probably... Because there's quite a lot of different shapes of fuel tank, right? There isn't really. I mean, there's that, which is not going to be the right size. I'm going to need to use that for the interstage. There is this. This could be the fuel tank that I need. And then in here, this is where I need that fairing to kind of like go up to there. And let's be honest, that should probably be on there anyway. Oh, why did it reset the freaking symmetry? Game, can you not? I'm curious is the fact that they did procedural wings. They didn't do procedural tanks. Yeah. Well, I guess procedural tanks is a little bit more cheesy when it comes to game design. Because effectively you could get like a small tank and just make it bigger and, you know. Or a big tank and make it smaller kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, it wouldn't necessarily be... fair. I'm going to put the RCS right on the tip of the nose. The nose tip. I realize that isn't around the center of mass of that thing, so it's going to be a pain to dock, but it's fine. We're going to do one down here as well. Okay, let's, right, first off, before I go any further, I want to get this fairing right. So let's put a fairing in between here. So, where is my fairing? Payloads? Fairings, extra large. Hey Rob, how's it going, my dude? Have you tried middle click the focus onto different parts of the build? No. You mean this? Nope, not that. I don't like the, I'm gonna be stubborn with this. I really do not like the way the VAB functions. I never did. I never did in Kerbal. I never liked building in the VAB. I liked building in the spaceplane hangar. That was kind of like my thing. Okay, so this is where we've got to be careful because now we're clipping. Ah, what? I don't want. Okay. Get rid of it. Get rid of this. Get rid of that part. Get rid of the part. Game. It's fine. Realism Overhaul did. Procedural tanks. I never played with mods, so I never played Kerbal Space Program with mods, so I never got to play that. I had a rule against using mods because I felt like I wanted to play the base game. Does that make sense? So unfortunately I never did Realism Overhaul. I'm curious how frequently updates KSPD gets pushed in the future. I'm kind of curious as well. That's way too big. I don't want that one. That's also a lot of mass. Yeah, we'll probably go with this one then. This tank looks good. Let's get the fairing underneath that though. Payloads, fairings. Just trying to remember where everything is. I heard you saying so earlier. Not building in the VAB. Yeah, I never used to, ever, build in the VAB. So this is a bit clumbersome. It feels clumbersome at the moment. Ugh. I got a little bit of a sticky outy bit. That's the lander can. Might have to do artistic license with the fairing. Oh my god, why? I don't want that. Go back. Ugh. Okay, yeah, fairings are just as annoying as I pulled it up, not out. I pulled it up, not I pulled it in, not down. Fairings are just as annoying as what they were in the past. I'll tell you what, actually, I want... the fairing to kind of like start there. No, that's not what I wanted! Yeah, it's kind of buggy at the moment, I've noticed. There we go. Did that close where I wanted it to close? It did. There's nothing clipping through the fairing. Okay. So now I would like to view how that's going to detach. And it is clamshell times by 2. Perfect. Ejection force enabled. Perfect. Okay, cool. That's sorted. Right, now let's do our delta V workouts for this. So how much mass are we up to? Total mass is 61.57, and all of that. So for this stage, it is 25.57. That is a lot of mass. What is the ISP of the Poodle engine? I can't remember off the top of my head. 340. I feel like that has increased. I feel like they've maybe made that better. Let's get the calculator back out. Let's 340. The mass is 61.57 divided by 25.57, which doesn't work because I've got that there. That's too much delta V. Okay. What about that? So that's 36.37. So for the so this is just for the transfer window, right? So we only need like 850. So I'm gonna aim for 900, so we can lower the amount of fuel. So that would be 3277. 3277, 827. Okay, we'll go with the, because there does seem to be fine tweaking with that. So we'll go with that. Okay, so that's about the right amount of delta V, depending on how good or bad my burns are. Something else that I want to have on this... Actually, no I don't. It's fine. Okay, so clamshell deploy. Let's set up the staging for what we've got so far. So right now, that engine should be on its own. This shouldn't be in the staging. Actually, yes it should. Yes it should. That should be during the second stage anyway, so this needs to like come all the way down there. So this is the third stage. This is once it's in orbit. The clamshell should have already fired anyway. Actually, no. The clamshell only fires when the command module is ready to get the lunar module, right? Yeah, the fact that we do not see a day one patch with some easy to fix hotfixes for the folks which paid an highly overpriced alpha leaves me with no high hopes. Do you think that, Big B? I don't know. I mean, I feel like it's not quite day one yet because it's still within the first 24 hours of launch, right? So the launch was 2 PM my time yesterday. So we're still within the first 24 hours. So bear with it on that. Okay, so that's our transfer stage. I did not want to do that. I wanted to... Oh, God, this thing. You used to be able to, like in Kerbal, you were able to control-click... Uh-oh. Control-click the vessel and, like, move it all as a whole. Like, if you clicked any part, control-click, or shift-click, sorry. Maybe it was control-click? Was it alt-click? No, alt-click is to duplicate. So you used to be able to do that. You can't do that, it seems, at the moment, but it is what it is. Also, that bug there is really funny. Anyway, now we want the next part of the thing. So let's get another decoupler. We'll get the large. Oh, but that doesn't look good. I guess the way to fix that is put it on an engine plate. So let's get an engine plate. If only I could find where the freaking engine plates were. Coupling, no, structural, engine mount. So let's get the engine mount. We'll pop it on here. Then pop that on the engine mount. And then put that on the actual engine mount itself. And we can... Oh. So the engine mounts are also broken as well. That's something that I've noticed. Because I don't want the fairing length on this engine mount. I want the... I don't want as much space there. But, like, the actual length doesn't seem to want to change. Oh, wait, no. That's fine. The node placement doesn't change, but the actual fairing does. Okay, that's cool. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Drag down. Okay, cool. Now what we want, I would like... So we're doing the second stage now. So the second stage... How much Delta V do we need to get off of Kerbin? I can't think. Something I do like, actually, is the... Something that we've not seen, that I've not really talked about, is this. Like, you can kind of trip estimation. So we need 3,400 meters a second to get off of Kerbin. That's not conservative. So let's break that up. This is where it gets a little bit sketchy for me, but I should be able to figure this out. So let's pop that one on first. Then we're gonna do, this is the second stage, so we'll literally do that. The engines we've got available, what do we have here? We've got the mainsail. That's the Labradoodle, the Mammoth. What is the, hold on, let me have a look at the thrust, maximum thrust. But the Rhino, oh, the Rhino? So that was didn't we use the Rhino for vacuum? Yes, low thrust, high ISP. The Rhino kind of sits in between the Labradoodle and the Mammoth 2. Pick one! Pick the big one! Oh, I'll be using the Mammoth, don't worry. I'm going to be using 5 of those on the bottom. I'm just thinking for the second stage. So the second stage is a little bit higher in the atmosphere. I'm thinking the mainsail, even though its ISP is pretty bad. No, I'm thinking the Rhino. I'm thinking the Rhino. I'm going with the Rhino. So I will be using that engine mount again, because it looks like that the different levels of the attachment nodes are weird. Hey Boz, how's it going, my dude? Ooh, we got hydrogen. Hydrogen deep space engine. So they're the nuclear engines, I see. So you're using hydrogen to power your nuclear engines. I see, okay. That's cool. Look at the ISP on that thing. 1,400 meters a second. What's the thrust? Thrust is 700 kilonewtons in vacuum. That's a bloody good engine. What about the Labradoodle? What about the normal poodle? So the Labradoodle is way better than the poodle. It's just bigger is better. It's heavy. That's the problem. Got the dart, the vector. We're not using those. The swivel. I'm not using that either. They're not quite the right spec of engine. Okay, so we're going to use the Rhino. Oh, did I? Yeah. So this is the second stage, so we'd literally... I want an engine plate, that's what I was after. So coupling, structure. By the way, if you're wondering, why hasn't he launched yet? I will be launching fairly soon, actually. Okay, so that's the second stage there. Nice and simple. And let's do the first stage. I'm more excited to see you play this than I play it myself. Oh god, don't build it up. This is not... bear in mind, this is like the first time I'm playing it, right? So... why can I not zoom out anymore? This is very annoying. I think the second stage is possibly too big. Oops. Oh, balls. What has it done? Okay, it's fine. Before I start messing around with the first stage, let's make sure that this second stage has the right amount of TWR and delta V. Does it give me a TWR in this reading? It doesn't. Hi, back. Welcome back, Garrett. I mean, again, the TWR here is, I think, at atmosphere. How goes the mun? I haven't gotten that yet. Okay, so the amount of tons I've added with this fuel is ridiculous. I'm actually going to scrap that. I don't need that. So we've got, what was the ISP of the Rhino? So they've definitely changed the way the engines work. It's either that or I'm just remembering wrong. 325 is the ISP of the engine, of that. We've got 194.03 tons with a dry mass of... let's get rid of this, get rid of that. 66.03. Okay, so let's change this. 125. Dry mass of 66.03. And the total mass of 194.03. Whee! That second stage is kicking. That's smoking. Okay, well, we didn't want that anyway. We knew that was going to be too much fuel. I'm looking at the thruster weight of the engine. So currently it's 1.4. For an upper stage, that's good. So let's do 104.43. That's still 1,400 meters a second. That's about right, I think, right? So this is the second stage, so this is for circularization. We could probably put in a little bit more fuel than that. Yeah, the Rhino engine isn't giving me as much thrust as I thought, so maybe I want to use one of these Mammoth engines on this. Because I need higher thrust. So let's use the Mammoth. Because we don't need the Delta V. We've got we've got plenty of Delta V, right? So the Mammoth engine, I'm actually going to take the atmosphere for safety on this. And I want to put the fuel back up to here. Maybe you're right, I just hope the best for the game. I'm hoping for the best for the game. It's early days. It's early days. Like I said, we're still within that 24-hour period, so very understandable that they haven't done a bug patch yet, at least from my point of view. Two, 3.03, and the dry mass is going to have changed as well. Yeah, 73.03. Cool. Yeah, we're still within the first 24 hours. I think it's a matter of, like, just give them chance. They will... I've got to say, there are things that I'm not liking that's still like 3,000 meters a second. There's probably a million bugs to try and get, yeah. Do you know what I'm thinking here? I'm thinking I don't need this big tank. So let's... I'm thinking I can halve it. It doesn't quite look right at the moment either. Everyone is messaging me. I can probably halve that tank, alright? Again, this is the second stage, not the first. The second stage, we can fill this back up now. So let's get brand new readings. 270. I'm going to use the atmosphere engine of this, the atmosphere readings for this engine. So we've got, okay, so we've got 161.03 tons, and for this stage, 65.03, and I think that will fundamentally change my calculations here. 270, 161.03, and 65.03. 2,400, still a lot of delta V. So I'm gonna... we'll say do half fuel. Which, I mean, we would expect that to half, right? What was the actual figure? 11303. Whoops. 11303. So a little bit more than half. I'm aiming for about 2,000 meters a second on this stage, I think. 122. A little bit more. 132. 1,800 meters a second. That first stage would have to... yeah, I think that's about right. That should be about right. Okay, cool. So that's the second stage sorted. That should be able to get us into orbit of Kerbin. And I'm happy with that. So now let's put the final stage on, right? Do I have an engine mount? Not in the tank sizes, but it might be in structure. There might be like a large engine mount or something like that. There might be something. Body, no. Panels, hub, truss adapter, struts, coupling. So I would imagine it would be under adapter. No. If it was a thing, it would be under adapter, but it's not a thing. Okay, so let's get... we're gonna make one. So we want 5 of these. That's what that's what we want right now. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I need to have a decoupler on this. No. No, that's not what I wanted. It's not what I wanted. Oh, god damn it. There we go. That's the one that I want. Okay, there we go. Now they're both attached. Because I want 5 of these. That's what I want. So... Payloads, Kerbals, coupling, stock, separate. Let's go to engine mounts. The XL engine mount. Multi-engine mount. So, in theory, we should have multiple engines being able to attach to this, right? Right? It says it's possible to surround a big mainsail engine with a lot of little Spark engine using the multi-engine mount, along with any other combination of engines you can. So I want to see if I can do a big old Mammoth 2. Holy mother of God, this is not... That's way more TWR than I need. Unfortunately, I might just... I mean, that's the same engine. I don't know. I'm changing my mind on this second stage. I don't want that engine. I think I want the Skipper engine on here. Which doesn't have the TWR. No, I went with the Rhino, didn't I, for this engine? Yeah, I want the Rhino. The Rhino is the correct engine, I think. Or is the Rhino on this? No, the Poodle's on that. There's the Rhino, so we need that Mammoth on the bottom. Now, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do an actual Saturn V here. It's going to be a singular engined Saturn V, I guess? But this should still work. Now, in terms of staging, I should have been fixing this as we went, but I wasn't because I'm lazy. That one can go. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That needs to be during the second stage. So the second stage is active. Fire off that once we're in atmosphere. Then we fire off this. Then we fire off that. Then we fire off the nose cone. Then we decouple. That needs to come down here. It's after the shroud. So after the shroud, that's when that happens. That fires off. It then... Also, why is the vehicle called Fly Safe again? Stop Kerbal manling me. Stop it. Why can't I put... Where's Jebediah? Where's... Where's Jeb? And Valentina? I don't know where Gem Valar. That's annoying. But anyway, we've got... We've got the right amount of fuel in there, so that's good. Right, let's see what our actual Delta V is. So the Rhino... Oh, that... Wait, no, I had the wrong Delta V readout here. It should be 285. Yeah, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. So the mainsail, 270. And we've got 429.48 tons with the dry at 17348. Sure. Let's edit that and we'll see how much Delta V I've got in that first stage. I think I should have enough. I mean, I've kind of overcompensated, but I like to be thorough. 2,400, that's more than enough. Yeah, but I'm okay with that. So I've got about 4,000 meters a second in that booster. I don't need that much. I'm aware of that. I'm aware of it, but it's fine. Okay, let's save. To the Mon lander, Mach 1. Sure. Save. Okay, so check my staging. Yes, yes. 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 No. It is that one first. That one? Then that one. No. Then it is... this one. Before we want to decouple... Oh god, no! I'm overcomplicating things. Before I want to decouple that, I want to make sure that that engine is active. Because if something goes wrong, we can always we can activate that engine and do a slingshot around the Mun and come back. That's the lander. That's the escape for the lander. And then that is for parachutes and everything. Okay, cool. So everything there is correct. This is not a Saturn V. It's very difficult, I think, for me to build a Saturn V without me actually having to do all the numbers with the engines. We are a little bit limited on the engines. I'm a little bit disappointed. We could probably do it with like 5 mainsails, maybe. The Mammoth 2, that's just too powerful, I think. Yeah, so if we had 5 mainsails, we could probably make it look like a Saturn V. I don't think these are like 5-meter parts. But it's not too bad, right? Like, it's not terrible. Is it? Of course, we do want our aerodynamics on the bottom, so we can... I don't know what the swivel is like on this engine. So, I do want winglets. Now, this is where it becomes complicated, because I generally, legitimately, don't know how these wing things work, and I am a little bit scared. Oh my goodness, there's so many things. I can't. So do I have to, like... I don't... Maybe it's the stabilizers I want? No, it's not gonna be stabilizers. That's the angle. Ah, there we go. Maybe it is root length that I'm after. Nah. No, I don't like it. I just want like a simple delta wing. Oh, there we go. It's the wingtip angle. Okay, I see. That is not what I was after. And now the whole thing's gone. Okay. Thanks, game. Good job I loaded it. You know, good job I saved it. Okay. I'm starting to notice it, like 4,000 meters a second worth in the launch. I don't know how accurate that is. But no, I don't think it's accurate. Okay, so why? Buzz. Root thickness. Ugh. God, it's so annoying. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like these new wing design. I don't like the wings. I don't like the wings. I'm trying to make a nice looking delta wing, very similar to like the delta wings that were on the Saturn V. Oh, okay, so that's the tip length. Root length, maybe? There we go. Saturn 6 is greater than the Saturn 5. Okay, it's fine. No, that's fine. The menu scrolls up. The problem I'm having is that it just isn't... I've got to delete this to be able to then reposition this to then move that. I don't know, sod it. That will do. And we're also going to put a payload structure clamp. Oh, but now the actual clamp itself doesn't attach up to the top in much the same way. Okay, so they've changed the ways that the clamps work, annoyingly. Goodness. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fly this, chat, just because... Why is the 2? Oh, it's in mirrored mode. Okay, of course. The game is bugging out a little bit. It's almost as though it's, you know, early access. Right, okay. Shall we go for a launch, chat? What do we reckon my my likelihood of this actually getting anywhere? If you're making a plane, you have to toggle the COM and COL every time you move it to update it. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Okay, well, I'll have a go at doing a plane another day. What do we reckon? What do we reckon my chances are? First launch. 10% giving your experiences launching things. 10%? You reckon 10%? Okay. First launch. We'll see. I don't know. I've got to get used to the UI, right? I've got to get used to the UI, the way that the graphics works, that sort of thing. She's gonna fly. Where? We don't know. Oh, really? Really? Hanging it off the ground like that? Oh, okay. So you really have to micromanage where you put the sodding rocket. I don't know if this is going to work. We will figure it out. I've got to get used to the... For fuck's sake. It didn't... it didn't even, like, ignite the engine. Zero fuel? Did I put zero fuel in the thing? Okay. Revert to the VAB. Fine. Confirm revert. Struts. That's what we're gonna have to do, because apparently there's no struts on this entire thing. But the struts don't work. They're broken. So this is going to be annoying. Flaccid. Yeah. I forgot. Like, we're using Unity, aren't we? So you have to strut everything to everything. It's very annoying. And there was no fuel in the rocket. Okay, that's fine. Well, now we know. So the fairings don't act as structural parts. Okay. That's okay. We must strut the struts. Yeah. I've got to think of this as... Is there an advanced tweakables on this? I don't think I did see one. I've got to think of this as it's Kerbal Space Program in early access. I forgot that early game Kerbal, when you're building a big ship like this, you strut everything. Everything needs to be strutted because otherwise it just goes wonky. Also, I didn't have the fuel in. That's my own fault. But that one doesn't count as a launch. That doesn't count. So something that annoyed me there with the engine is missing necessary fuel to run. Okay, it did tell me, I just didn't listen. Everything's running really slow right now. I think we wanted full fuel in this, didn't we? Yeah. There's unbreakable joints. Yeah, that's not... Sure, I guess we turn that on. Like... So the advanced tweakables, that was like strutting, that was a lot more complicated than just unbreakable joints, right? Everything that would be combined together, you would be able to like route the strut in like a hierarchy. So then you have like a hierarchy of where all your struts are going internally, like the structural, and that's, you know, how welding systems and stuff work. But I think... I don't know. I feel... what do you guys think? Do you think we should be having unbreakable joints on? I feel like that is a bit cheesy. Like, I feel like this is cheesy, right? I've never played with that before, so why would I put that on now? But at the same time, I don't want to have to go through and strut everything. The game's already lagging with the amount of parts I'm using. Yeah, it seems cheesy. The amount of parts that are going to be required and the struts in the game are not working correctly. Don't know yet. Yeah, it depends how broken the game is. Well, I'll tell you what, there was a very clear and obvious structural issue here. There we go. So the obvious structural problem... Oh my god. I might have to reload the game entirely. So that's the obvious structural problem that we saw there. I guess everything else was okay. We didn't have any power, so we've got those struts connecting the different bits there, and that strut is acting like the clamshell, right? Because realistically, in this, it would be the fairing that's holding the whole thing together. Thrust to weight ratio is less than. What? Why is it? Well, that's no good, is it? So the singular engine there is not going to cut it. Basically, that's what I'm hearing. Right, okay, well, that's fine. We will add more engines. Mainsails. Oh, why does it have to be like this? I'm keeping it off for now to find bugs. Yeah, same. Wait a sec. I know what's happening. The TWR is that because of all these, right? No? What did I add to the... Oh, is it the wings that I added? No. Fucking hell. Why is the TWR dropped so much? I don't understand that. The mass hasn't gone up too much. Three, 5, 4. (1,800 meters a second in that first stage. Okay. I'm not enjoying the UI on this. I'll be honest. I don't know. There's a few things that I'm enjoying. And there's a few things that aren't. Are you ready to fly? Here are a few pointers. I do not care. I have the wrong Kerbals in. Goodness sake. This is all part of the game, right? Frustration. This is all part of the game. Oh my god. There we go. So, what was I doing? Kerbals. So I don't know where Jebediah is. We don't seem to have Jeb in the game. He was there earlier. Oh, wait, there we go. Bill, Bob, Valentina, and Jeb. Tim C. So why... Kerbal. Unless he's, like, in a different... Right, let's save this one. And then I want to open, and I want to delete all the others. See if that fixed it. No, he's not here. We've got no Jebediah. I'm a little bit annoyed at that, not gonna lie. Hey Ghost, how's it going, my dude? 6 years. So we've definitely, I mean, the game is definitely recognizing that Kerbal's there, right? Like, that the Kerbals are here. Pods. Yep. I can't bother to do the action groups. They don't seem to have jobs at the moment either, which kind of makes sense because we're not doing science mode, engineer mode, you know, piloting, and anything like that, right? Okay, so I guess we'll use Rodloff, Thurbin, and Billtree. A little bit disappointed I can't use Jeb, Valentina, and Bill, because those are my 3 favorite. Sorry, Bob. Here are a few pointers. Okay, so we have gone through these pointers before, but let's try again. The element of the flight cruiser, it contains all the controls and information. Here you can speed up or pause time. You can still move your camera and interact with the part functions. This is your staging. If you like to fly and learn more in a safe simulated environment, be sure to check out the training center. It's fine, I know what I'm doing. Okay. I don't know where the countdown is, but it sounds a lot more dramatic. Maybe my TWR wasn't quite right. What was my TWR? That does not look like 1.1. Oh, 1.01? Okay, my bad. I thought it was 1.1. Okay, good to know. Good to know! Have I tried out the dock? No. I haven't tried anything. I might do that tomorrow. What, docking? I mean, we'll be doing docking on this mission. Supposedly, if I can get it off the fucking ground. I don't want that. I don't want the trip planner. Go away, trip planner. Oh my god. Engineers report. Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so it was only 1.1. Okay, well, let's do this then. There's a dock to launch stuff. A space dock? Okay. Oh, you mean the boat launch? Yeah, I saw. We've got all sorts of different runways and everything, which is great. Okay. Just gonna move this up here. Oh my god, why? Oh no, go away, please, go away. You accidentally hit like one wrong button. Okay, so we want to add engines onto this. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go OOT. On a Saturn V, we're having 5 engines. I want 5 engines, so I'm having 5 engines, okay, chat? I do want fuel tanks, though, on this. I have a feeling this is not gonna... It's really lagging out. I might have to reset the game. Yeah, the Sea Dock. Yeah, I've seen it now. It looks cool. Yeah, I am going to restrict the thrust. There we go. And... that, right? There we go. Perfect. It's not perfect. It's not exactly what I wanted. Save. This. Save it. Perfect. Okay. Here we go. There we go. Now we've got 5 engines on the bottom, because why not? And I realize it's not like a complete replica. The first stage is not a good replica at all of Saturn V. I realize that. I'm sorry, I don't care. I think the lander and the upper stages are though. I think that's pretty good. Well, I am very limited to what I can do, okay? again. So the frame rate is appalling. Yeah, the frame rate is terrible. I need to fix that. A little bit off range. Where's my altitude? Okay, so we've got an altitude of... Are we going out due east? Not quite, are we? I want to be going in that direction, I think. There's the dock. I am finding it very difficult to control the craft. I feel like there's probably things that I needed to do. Oof. Frame rate is not good. Yeah, we're not high enough off the ground yet. Okay, I need to revert to launch and then change settings so that that isn't happening. Wow, my game... Maybe I need to restart Kerbal because it was already starting to lag out, wasn't it? So let's restart Kerbal and we'll see if we can figure it out. Does F12 still bring up the debug menu? That's what I want to know. I dropped like 1,000 frames as well. F12 does bring up a debug menu. It gives up the arrow GUI. Okay, so let's quit. Wait. Save and exit. Just bear with me one sec. I'm going to restart the game because I feel like that is potentially what's happening. Yeah, there's definitely some bugs. I am... My initial impression of that launch is not good. Because there's definitely some bugs there. The FPS was not good. So that's my first impression of a launch. It's just like choppy and I can't control it because it's so choppy. But I will try and load it back up. We'll see if that helps. And then I might have to turn down some of the graphics settings and stuff. Which is fine. It's fine. By the way, in 2 hours, I'm going to be doing the premiere that I've set up for on my YouTube channel of the last Dungeons & Dragons game. So that's kind of what we'll be doing in 2 hours. I'm kind of hoping I'll be able to get to the Mun before then. But if Kerbal is being Kerbal, if the Kraken is real, which it is, it's I don't know. It's a little bit frustrating, I'm not gonna lie. Just a bit. Not massively frustrating. It's something I can get over. Why are you not loading, Kerbal? Load, damn it. It might be the fact that I've also got like a crap ton of tabs open that I don't need. Kerbal in a nutshell, frustration, absolutely. It does make me want to just play the first game, though. I feel like Kerbal 2 just, it's not there yet. I mean, it's in early access. I need to keep that in my mind, because I have stuff. I need to be I need to be open-minded about this. I will be going into details of giving the feedback of what I'm thinking from this. So I will get on Discord and I will be doing bug updates and things like that. So we'll kind of see. Yeah, I think I need to turn down the settings. I don't think my PC's liking what I'm going for. Well, I'm going to look at my messages while we're waiting, just because I'm... Bear with me. Okay, we're back. Alright. Let's hope it works better, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. Kerbal in a nutshell, absolutely. Ah, come on now. They have a lot of Scott Manley references in here. I've noticed that. Like the whole fly safe thing. Okay, let's... I'm gonna preemptively turn down the graphics because I think that could be potentially what's lagging everything out. So let's go to... Oh my goodness, why? I don't know. We're just gonna put everything on low. And I want to be on full screen, so apply settings. Apply settings. I don't know if that actually what took, but we'll see. Okay. We don't have the proper Kerbals in the proper places, but that's fine. When you've successfully landed or splashed down, you can recover vessels here. Again, it's not as laggy as what it was, so we're good. Like, that's definitely a lot better. I love the detail that they've got into this. The requirements for this game is so high, but damn, it looks so good. Yeah. But there's no point in making a game that looks good if it doesn't work correctly. And at the moment, the game isn't working correctly. Veering slightly off track. I need to like really focus on this. It's true, don't think you should launch with how badly optimized the game is. It's not a launch though, this is the problem, it is early access, so I've got a little bit of leeway with the game, but I do feel like that they've made a lot of changes so that it's pretty rather than functional in places. I don't know. My first impressions haven't been amazing. I've not been blown away. But this is actually the first like proper launch that we're going. Also, we've got a wobble going on in the interior of the craft. That's crackening, I guess. And because of all the lag I'm getting, I've got it on the lowest settings. I'm getting a lot of lag. They've obviously gone to a lot of detailing around here, and I love the fact. I love the amount of detailing they've gone to. Right, I do like that. All the different launch complexes and everything like that. However, I feel like maybe they just did too much. What would have been nicer was, like I said this right from the beginning, what would have been nicer with this game is if they had... We did a nighttime launch. I might have done a misstep there. What would have been nicer is if they'd have figured out... I'm just having a look at M. Let's see what that does. What is my apoapsis? Don't know what that means. Whoa! Why is the vessel all of a sudden flipping? That shouldn't be the case. The center of mass is way up here. I can see what the problem is. These airplane wing parts have bugged out. Okay, we'll just get rid of the airplane wing parts. We don't need them anyway. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, also collision. Definitely. What the hell? Okay, so now it doesn't know what my vessel part is. Yeah, this is definitely a bug. Can't leave an active vessel. No, bollocks to it. I can't revert either. Okay, well we can load, right? We can load pre-save. What's everyone else thinking on launch of the game? Like, what are the... Because I've purposefully avoided a lot of this. What has everyone else been saying about, like, the early access of this? Okay, so I want to recover vessel. Confirm. Tracking station. Can we go to the... Thank you, Jesus. I'm waiting for more stuff to come out before I get the game. I mean, yeah. So here's my 2 cents from my first impressions. There's obviously massive physics changes that they've made to different parts of the core, like, Kerbal, right? Like, there's obviously a lot of changes going on here. I feel like they've tried to add too much visual stuff, and they've broken some of the systems that was already in the base game, like Kerbal, right? Now, they have been saying that they've been trying to design it from the ground up, but obviously if they can't... Steam review average is 50%, do you reckon? I feel like for all the bugs that because I've found a lot of bugs already, right? Like, I've been playing for 4.5 hours. The sheer amount of bugs that I've found, like issues and problems, it shouldn't be this difficult to launch a vehicle. I know. I've gone very complicated very early because I thought, oh, hell yeah, let's just go complicated early. You know, because, like, why not? But there definitely seems like there is less of an incentive at the moment to kind of, like, improve on a design, because I can't see what's wrong with it because there's no frames during launch, because we've got all of this graphic stuff that is just making the whole thing ridiculous. Like, all of this graphic stuff is just, like, tanking the whole game. Like, it's ruining the experience. I don't know. Well, getting rid of those wing parts definitely has made it so that the craft is flyable now, I guess. Yeah, so those wing parts definitely are bugging out, and I think I know what's happening with it. I think I understand why those wing parts were acting the way that they were, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. A lot of changes and a lot of bugs. I heard that you can't time warp more than 100 times while in orbit. You couldn't on normal Kerbal. Unless you went into the VAB. No, no, the craft still is wonky. That shouldn't have done. I don't under. And here's the thing: I can't bring up my Aero GUI because it doesn't work, right? Like the Aero GUI is not functioning, so I don't know what's causing the spin. Unless all the fuel is being drained all the way through. Like, that could be a factor. But it's so difficult to see how much fuel is in the fucking tanks. I can't, like, select the individual tanks and see how much fuel is on. Yeah, I'm not liking, like, there's just... There's got to be a way of finding that out, right? So this is your parts manager. I don't care about the parts manager. Kerbal manager. So I mean, what I can surmise on this is you can't see how much fuel you've got. I can't like select the individual parts the way that we used to as well. I'm fascinated by the fact they can even fly in circles. Like, it's so difficult to use. Like, the entire UI, I really don't like this parts manager thing. I wasn't liking it in the VAB, I definitely don't like it here. I don't know, I'm trying not to be negative. I'm trying not to be negative. KSP1 has mods to improve graphics. KSP2 is gonna get getting mods to lower the graphics. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think they've spent too much time doing graphical stuff and not enough time optimizing the game. Like, it's a simple thing as right-clicking on a part and being able to edit that part, you know? I can't seem to be able to do that. It takes ages to bring up the parts manager. And then when you're actually flying the craft, you can't, like, say... You can't see how much fuel you've got, say, in this tank here, if that makes sense. There's just, I can't even do, well, that's because it's not a tank. So, right here, I can see how much fuel I've got in, right? There is an inventory management selection hidden away where you can see individual parts and do fuel transfers and stuff. Okay, so why is it hidden away? Why is it not easy for me to find this? Where is my center of mass? So this is, yeah, see, this is the very annoying thing, right? Like, I've got these control surfaces and stabilizers and things, right? I could put stabilizers on this and bring that, like, area of lift down. But from what I understand, they're just buggy. From what I was making, because we did have them on a minute ago, and they just weren't working. And there is no... Well, let's kind of do it how Saturn V has it on the outsides of there, right? Who knows? Yeah. Okay, so span. We want the span to be low. Want the root length to be high. I hate that it root thickness is okay, that's better. No, there's like a tip angle. No. Wing angle, maybe? Wingspan. Oh god, it's so shit. Like I do not like these wings. Can't even freaking select them because I'm still in this, aren't I? Alright. Tip length. There we go. We'll go with something like that. It looks terrible, but we'll see if that stabilizes it. Now I want to limit the amount of control that this has. So we used to be able to advanced controls turned on. So I only want this to be all three. Yeah. Deploy angles, that's fine. Okay, cool. We'll just do all three. It's just easier. I can't be bothered to adjust them. So you can adjust them, so that's good. All right, let's try again. Okay, EVAing is just as easy. Not made it to orbit yet. A little bit disappointing, but it's fine. It's so laggy here. I can't tell whether I'm going... Yeah, look at the seconds tick by. It's taken like 3 seconds to go past the second, so... We're still going at like 1/3 of the speed. It's so laggy. It's so bad. And I'm not even entirely sure what all of this is supposed to mean right now, like all of the UI and things down here. I do like how detailed it is. This would be very good for like aircraft and airplane. I've only made it like 1 kilometer off the ground. It is really laggy. A little bit unforgivable how laggy this thing is. I really wish there was like ways to turn off the... Why did that not pause time? Do I have to hit game pause there? I think I do. Is there ways to turn down the amount of fucking goddamn shit that's going on here? Environment prop off. Let's just turn that off, right? That might help. Yeah, a second is still like 3 seconds. It does remind me of old Kerbal. With like the lag and stuff that we used to have in like old Kerbal and stuff. It used to be really laggy during launches. Kerbal did. Way back when. What's our... how fast are we going? We're only going 200 meters a second. We've not quite reached max Q yet. Oh, dynamic pressure, yeah. So we're increasing on dynamic pressure there. Yeah, I'm not so keen on the arrow GUI either. I really wish that there was a better way to see that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, we've hit max Q, and now we're starting to I do... I can't see, like, how the tank's being drained or anything. I don't understand, chat. I can't point prograde, can I? That's not gonna work. Little green LEDs. Yeah, I know, but that doesn't tell me what individual tanks we've got, X-Bone. So I want to know. So this is what I'm looking for. I want to know how much fuel is in this exact tank here. This tank. Not all of them combined. Just this one. Because I've also got fuel in these as well. And I want to see if it's draining from up here. I can't see what fuel is in this tank. Yeah. So I'm not... the music. I'm not happy with that. Oh my god. Go away. Yeah. Maybe I need like some control gyros on the thing so I can actually control the thing. Because I don't think the gimbals on those engines I've put on are really that good. So the second stage seems to work quite well. It's the first stage. Okay, so let's revert. Let's have a look at... I think I know what I can do to change the gimbaling. Because all 5 of those engines should gimbal and it should be able to control from the gimbal. But I've only got one of those 5 engines at full throttle. So instead of doing the way that I've set up, which is a stupid way to set up, let's actually make the throttling of, like, let's not be lazy. And we will make the throttle of the engines all the same. I'll probably put in some more TWR as well. Which I should have done from the beginning, but it's fine. So let's bring this down to, say, 50%, but then the others up to 50. So that's 1.6. That's just going to be way easier. Let's just do that. Should have done that from the very beginning. Just so we're clear, I should have done that from the beginning. Just go. Okay, it looks like it's for every second in-game is now 2 seconds IRL. Maybe not even that. Maybe it's even better than that. I do like how the music changes depending on what I'm doing with the throttle. That's pretty cool. I do like this music. It's a bit repetitive though. I wish they had like different tracks. I think the fuel info is on something called Resource Manager. Who knows where that is though? Resource Manager. So there is Resource Manager down at the bottom. Resource Manager. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Transfer. I could do a transfer and things. Heat shield. Solid boosters. Monitor props. Okay. So that's where the resource manager is. That is massive. Thank you for telling me that, because I knew where resource manager is, I just didn't. Oh my god, really? Why is it doing this? I don't understand why it's doing this. The center of mass I guess the center of mass must be like shifting all the way down. There's some like body lift up here that the game isn't telling me is a thing. Advanced controls, gimbal limit. Individual parts for getting the info, it's all in one place now, which is an improvement, I guess. It is an improvement, however, it is also annoying that it's not easy to find. So I don't understand why it's like spinning out like this. The center of mass must be really low down. That's all I can imagine. It would be nice to have both, in my opinion. Yep. It would have been nice to have both. So that you could do both and not force you into doing one. Okay, I'm just having some rocket difficulty right now because, for whatever reason, I cannot build a rocket that works. Where is the center? Like, center of mass, right? Center of mass is down here. Area of lift is way down here. There is no reason it should be flipping out like this. It must be these engines. The gimbaling is obviously not strong enough, I guess? Which means I want the authority limiter on these wings. But the problem is you can't see... You can't kind of like see the aero forces and how they're affecting on the craft, right? Yeah, so the gimbal on this engine obviously is not very good. Let's have a look at the actual gimbal on the engine itself. Shift to view more. Oh my god. Engine alternator. It doesn't say anything about gimbal. So maybe there isn't a gimbal? Does it do any... Oh, no, it does. Vectoring range. -3 degrees to 3 degrees. The Poodle... Like, the Rhino is 4 degrees. That's 10 degrees. I mean, 3 degrees should be alright. Like, that should be fine. I should be able to control... maybe not. There's the Rapier right there. That's got a 3 degree gimbal. It's the same as the swivel, actually. And the swivel... It's better than the mainsail. I want to know what the aero forces are doing. Got a good reaction wheel on it. I mean, if you build the rocket correctly, you shouldn't need a reaction wheel. But I'm gonna put one in. That was gonna be my next bet, was just throw the reaction wheel in there. But it's like, well, why would I need a reaction wheel if I've got gimbaling engines that can actually gimbal the craft I'm building? You know, for instance, Falcon 9 doesn't have a reaction wheel, so why do I need to add a part? But again, it's a matter of... We're still in alpha. I mean, I never used to use reaction wheels for my stuff in Kerbal. I would just design the thing better, but I don't know. Right, okay, what are the reaction wheels? Because I can't find them. Maybe in utility then? Ah, here we go. It's a large reaction wheel. It doesn't... Alright, I'll tell you what, I won't do it on the boost stick. We'll keep it on... here, at the top of the second stage. We'll put a reaction wheel, because we shouldn't need it once we're in space. Just an experiment. If it works, it works. Absolutely, I agree. I agree. I'm just saying I shouldn't need it. But yep. We'll save it. Save it and launch. We've added a reaction wheel on now. Let's see if this actually is much the same. I'll skip countdown. Okay, so this is game view. We've got different views here. That's map view. Tracking station view. Oh, I was still flying whilst in the tracking station. Interesting. Assuming you have SAS on. I do. I presume that's what this means here. Yeah, SAS control stability is on. Now I've added that reaction wheel though, like the craft is rolling a lot easier. So maybe it was the reaction wheel. When we look at the dynamic pressure, angle of attack, so we've got an angle of attack here, total lift. Here we go, total lift, total drag. It doesn't really tell you where the lift and the drag is happening, but the lift is increasing as we increase in velocity. Makes sense. It's definitely a lot more stable now. I've put that reaction wheel in, so maybe, yeah. Do we have a control from here function? That'll be my next thing. It's still super laggy. No, losing control. So that reaction wheel absolutely did not make a damn bit of difference. And now it's bendy as fuck there. And there's no way to bring up the 300 meters a second in the atmosphere causing instability. I wasn't going 300 meters a second yet. And I'm out of the thick parts of the atmosphere, you know? I'm higher than... If you go over 300 meters... I mean, we can try. I can throttle back so that we... Throttle back for max Q. We can try that. We can throttle back. But I think there's an issue with the way that the system is. I could add more reaction wheels, I guess, you know, just add more reaction wheels. I mean, we've got one central reaction wheel, which probably isn't doing anything, actually. Really, what you want reaction wheels on, you want it at the top and the bottom so that they can work counteractive to each other. Power it up again. No, I think you're right. I'll try that. Xbox One. I'll try that. I'm gonna alter the where I'm putting the reaction wheels though. I'll have them Well, I'll keep one in the center. Yeah, I'll keep one in the center. But I'll put some underneath where the engines are on the first stage. Doubling down on the reaction wheels. Whoops. Where even are the reaction wheels? Oh. Oh my god. Fine. No more part. No part clipping for Womble. There we go. We'll try that. Okay, and then I'll also like just reduce the thrust down a little bit so that we I don't think I was going faster than 300 meters a second, but you're probably right. I probably was. That launch countdown is going to wear thin very quickly. I can feel it. It's a novelty that will wear through it thin. Hey Dita, how's it going? I will admit the music in the game is so far sounds pretty nice, agreed, but I kind of want more tracks instead of just like the same, this is the launch sequence now, we have dramatic music. I kind of want more, but first they need to fix the game itself. So, to be polite, the game is not working. And that's not because I'm being sour grapes, because I can't play the game. It's little bugs like... Yeah, so lowering down the thrust here didn't make a damn bit of difference. I'm not even at... If anything, lowering the thrust hindered my progress. I don't know. Do you know, the thing that's really annoying me is that there's no aero GUI. You can bring up this, but I can't see what aero forces are acting on the vessel, so I don't know what's causing it to flip. The center of mass should be around about here. The area of lift should be over here, so it shouldn't be flipping. I've got gimbaling to adjust on the engines. I've got reaction wheels now. So I don't know what's causing it. And that's very frustrating. If you click the prograde icon, it will hold it. Will that help? No, I tried that. It didn't help. The thing is, so here's the thing. I'm fine with me effectively failing at this, right? Like, I'm fine with that. That's, you know, that's okay. It's the fact that I'm not able to learn from the failure that is frustrating me right now. I don't know where I'm going wrong. And the reason why I don't know where I'm going wrong is because the game isn't giving me the information I need in order to learn and progress and get better at the game, right? Default name. It's not holding prograde. It shouldn't need to. So I tend not to fly by holding prograde and things like that, right? I tend to... Maybe if I just held up, that might work. Should we try that? This is something else. They've definitely dumbed down the UI as well, so it's easier for new players to play the game, I think. They don't have the symbols that they had, like the triangle symbol and the circle symbol. They don't have that anymore. Now it's north, south, up and down. Right, so if I hit the up button here, so if I hit that up button, we should always be, the game should automatically force me to face up. Need a little bit of time warp here. Oh, there's so much lag. Up and down in space. Yeah, I know. I don't like that. I don't. It might change. It might change. It might be because we're in the atmosphere. So these north and south and up and down might change. So the angle of attack here is definitely changing, look. So you've got a negative 5 degrees. Even though I'm forcing it to remain up, something's happening. Like something's forcing the vessel to flip. Whoa, game paused. Okay. And it's always at the, like, kind of... It looks like it's going bendy as well here, right? But there's no, from what I can understand, there's no way to actually debug this. Might have to be defeated here. I legitimately might have to be defeated. I didn't think I would get defeated like this. Because of my experience and stuff and knowledge in Kerbal, I generally didn't think that this would beat me. Could be structure 2, no auto struts at all apparently. Yeah, there's no auto struts, so it could be a structural thing, you're right. There's no auto struts, and we've already had issues with that. It could be a structural thing, but this is the problem. Like, there's no way to debug this. It's just try and see if that fixes it. Best guess, and it doesn't. Okay, and that frustrates me. That frustrates me because that's not what Kerbal is about. Like, Kerbal is definitely about see this engine, so this stage is fine. Do you see this? This stage is absolutely fine. It's doing exactly what I want it to do. Yeah, this stage is doing exactly what I want it to do. Maybe bending the stack and making it flip, it could be pressure plus speed. Yeah, I think you might be right. I think it's a pressure problem. Strut the lifter stage to the upper stage and see if that works. Good idea, good shout. That was what was going on in my head, just double up the struts and stuff. I mean, I don't have enough Delta V to be able to escape orbit, but no, you see now it's doing it again. I don't know. You see, I was wondering if it was the way that the fuel was draining. That's kind of why I wanted to see where the fuel was, but you can't select an individual tank. You've got to, like, go here, to here, to... Solid fuel booster? I've got a solid fuel... Oh, yeah, I do. We'll fire that away. Don't need it. To this tank here, I guess. I don't know. Like, it's very... Oh, here we go. This is the transfer for your fuel, right? I mean... This is kind of Kerbal, right? Like, you're supposed to have trial and error, but I always felt that the original game was... Oh, here we go. Now we've got the different azimuths. Like, we've got the normal, we've got the radial in, radial out, and anti-normal, right? So, yeah, it is. It's when you... Well, I'll make it into orbit, so that's something. Might have a go at docking when we make it into orbit. I don't know what my TWR is, though, at the moment. See, that's something else. There's little things, little creature comforts that are not here, and I can't seem to get. And where is... That's pretty. Where is, for instance, my AP? Wow, that's quite high. Oh, it's down here. I can see it down at the bottom, the orbital information. Okay, I missed that. layer and see if that works. I think just the strutting is gonna work. I think it's just the strutting. Should we try and strut up? I think it's just the strutting one that I need to do. Because the rest of the vessel definitely seems to function okay. Also might not have enough delta V actually, now I'm thinking about it. So we will try and strut. This bit here, right? Oh, I didn't want that. It didn't work. Oh, I hate this. Oh, I just want to be able to see if it worked or not. Okay, so there's definitely struts there now. So let's increase some struts up here as well. Oh my god. Okay. We've already kind of like strutted everything to our best of abilities there. So now everything should be strutted a little bit better. I'm also going to limit the throttle a little bit more on that. To 56%, 46%. Oh my god. There we go. 1.4 is the TWR, which is always what I kind of aim for anyway. So let's launch. See, adding the struts has added mass, which has lowered my delta V. I noticed that. Just launch. I'm not enjoying the frame rate droppage. I think if out of everything so far, that's probably my biggest complaint, is the fact that the frame rate is just atrocious. Like, what do you need to run this? What are the requirements for this? It doesn't have any spec requirements on the Steam page. By the way, chat, you're driving this. Oh yeah, it does. Here we go. So recommended 16 megabits. Yeah, I'm well above the recommended amount on everything. So I'm above the recommended amount. Like, I should be able to. Like, my specs are way better. Yeah, the FPS is horrid. Yeah. I mean, for me, that's just poor optimization. But, that's something that can get fixed, I think, you know. Yeah, it's the game, it's not your rig. Yeah, I know. I was just checking. I knew it was the game, but I wanted to make sure that it wasn't the rig. So let's see if strutting has worked here. I think strutting will. Maybe not. No. Oh god. No, strutting didn't do jack shit. So why is it doing this? I don't understand. Watch the speed. As soon as I throttled back, one, that was when it started losing control. Because I throttled back. And that was when it started shifting off axis, but what didn't help, I accidentally hit the Windows key. We'll try again. I'll try again. This time, oh, it's so difficult to do because of the freaking frame rate. Like, the frame rate is horrible. It's just awful. That doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't make sense, but that's what it did. So, what I might not do then, I might not do the roll program, because I've been doing a roll program, because that's how I fly in Kerbal. I like to fly roll, and then you're controlling your rocket with pitch, right? So I might not do that. How is the center of mass? The center of mass should be here. But regardless, wherever the center of mass is, as this tank drains, it should be moving away from the area of lift. Think about it. As the tank drains, it should be like this. Well, actually, maybe it might be heading down towards here, but the tank isn't fully drained. I don't know. There's a lot of mass up here. Let's just put it that way. You know what I mean? Like that was why I wanted to see what tanks were draining, because I was curious to see if these were draining first or whether, you know, and I can't find that information because you just can't do it. And there's no way to pull up your in-game center of mass. Now, if it works the same as Kerbal 1, the camera is orientated around your center of mass, right? So this is where my center of mass is. Also, caps lock is not good with your finite controls. Now, it doesn't look like the center of mass is changing as the what's it drains, so I don't think the camera is centered around the center of mass. So maybe the center of mass is doing something really weird that I can't see. By the way, I've controlled my surface velocity here, so we're currently at 200. We're at 300 meters a second, but we're past the point where I've ever been before. The speed control is making it easier now. I'm at like 12 kilometers, so when do I punch it? Because I've got to be able to punch it at some point. I've got to be able to punch it at some point, surely. Because I'm past... So this is the really annoying thing. I'm past the maximum dynamic pressure. So we shouldn't be... Like, I can't seem to break Mark 1. It started flipping. Keep the speed low before the last atmosphere height. Well, what's the last atmosphere height? The darker blue. That's not how real-life rockets work, though. That's not how real rockets go. Like, that's so counterintuitive. That's so counterintuitive. Like, that doesn't make a damn bit of sense. No, but this is Kerbals. Yeah, but... Like, that's not how KSP-1 works. That's absolutely not how KSP-1 works. I'd be able to fix it if I knew what aero forces were affecting the vessel. If I could see aero forces and how they're pulling away at things, and I'd be able to fix it. This is infuriating. I'm not going to lie. This is legitimately infuriating. Okay, this time I'm not going to do my roll program. I'm just going to use your controls. Because I don't know what else we can change here. Like, what feels like is happening is these control surfaces here, they are losing... Oh, lift to drag ratio. Hello. Just before the vacuum is how I always try to do it. Plus have winglets in the wrong place or something slightly off center. That's definitely never... I've never done that. Ever. I've never ever played Kerbal that way. I've always done an arc. A parabolic arc, so you just follow your track down range, and as you get... Have you got the basic wings on? I don't know. I don't know what these wings are. No, these are the stabilizers. I did have the basic wings. Right, let's... I'm gonna watch this as I'm flying. We'll see. Just go! So, lift to drag ratio. So, it's not creating any lift whatsoever at the moment. It is only creating drag. Okay, so now it's creating lift. I'm not going to do a roll program this time. This time we'll just yaw ourselves over. I'm wondering if the lift to drag ratio is like braking or something. Because now we're in negative lift. So how is that happening? Like, why is that a thing? Too fast in the atmosphere or using winglets or aerofoils on rockets. Yeah, like in Kerbal, I never used winglets. Incorrectly using them, yeah. Yeah, in the first game, I never used winglets really to control my rockets. It was all done by gimbling the engines and putting enough engines on there to be able to gimbal. We've got 5 engines on this. It shouldn't be losing control the way it should. And it's only after I ditch the first stage that and then it's fine. So I'm wondering if there's like one of these parts here is creating like some form of error. It's a lot more stable. So we're at Mark 1. We've hit maximum dynamic pressure, which is basically the worst part of the launch, right? So that's only going to start dropping now, the maximum dynamic pressure, which means the dynamic pressure will only start dropping, which now means that oh no, it's increasing. That's because it's putting force on itself again. It's almost as though, so this is what I'm seeing, right? Whoops. That wasn't what I wanted to do, but sure. So it's almost as though the higher you get in the atmosphere, the thicker the atmosphere is coming. Because it's working fine up until you get into the thinner parts of the atmosphere. The drag on those winglets, I can't select them for whatever reason. So the drag on these winglets, you see, they've gone to 8.9 lift to the 1 drag, right? So that means it's creating lift. The lift is all down here at the bottom, which is exactly where you want it to be. Think of an arrow. You're throwing an arrow. You've got your big pointy mass end at the top, and then you've got your steel tip at the front, and then the feathers, the light feathers at the back, right? So that's doing its job. What I'm really not understanding here is this segment, this part of the rocket is flying fine. Your speed is increasing, so you may have less air, but you're hitting more of the thinner air faster, and that could be the air pressure increases. No, I don't think it's anything to do with the speed. The more I'm looking at it, the more I don't think it's to do with the speed. I think it's to do with the aero surfaces that are happening on the... Basically, I've built a shit craft, but I think there's something in the game. Sorry, I'm thinking. Okay, I'm gonna try and throttle back as we launch. Before I decide that is not the problem, we're gonna throttle back. I'm going to time warp a little bit, and I'm just going to be very cautious. All of the bugs. This really doesn't give you, and it always comes up in like the wrong place as well. The Aero GUI really doesn't give you much. How far you can get just managing to the speed out of 300 meters a second. Well, I'll tell you that I'm not going to be able to get into orbit from that, because the second stage doesn't have 3,000 meters a second, which you, the 2,000 meters a second, which you need to be able to great orbit. Whoops. Yeah, you see, it's flipping anyway. I didn't even hit the 300 meters a second. I didn't hit... I wasn't close to hitting Mach 1, so... And the thinner you get up in the atmosphere, the less aero resistance you should get. Okay, last try. I kind of got distracted. Got distracted a little bit there. With the Aero GUI. And it doesn't help that it's so laggy that I'm just getting frustrated and bored. Okay, so I'm now at 200 meters a second, and I'm losing control. So it's nothing to do with the speed. In fact, more throttle, more thrust means that you get more gimbaling on the engines. So yeah, it's nothing to do with the speed, dude. Okay. I know what I'm gonna do. I know the answer to this. I know the answer to this. It's fine. Bear with me. Bear with me. I know the answer to this. Bear with me one sec. I know the answer. Bear with me. Sorry. This might take a minute. I'm just setting something up. A few things have really annoyed me about this game, by the way. How unoptimized it is. Like, how is it in this? How is it in the situation that it's in? The lag. The lag is the thing that's really annoying me. Because you just can't do anything. The fact that, like, the troubleshooting, you are, like, to troubleshoot your craft, there's no way of seeing, like, what the physics engine is doing to your craft vessels and stuff. Now, there is a high possibility here that everything that I'm doing, I think maybe potentially I've got too big of a part count for the game to be able to comprehend, and I think it's sending bug errors. But the fact that I can't see whether or not there is because there's no debug menu. That's the thing that's really annoying me. Out of everything, there's no debug menu. So that, for me, is like, you need to have that implemented in your game. If you're going to go early access and you want people to find out what is wrong, you know, you should have a debug menu, okay? Should have a debug menu, okay? And if there is a debug menu, then fair enough. Fair enough, I get that. However, it's not easy to access. The old debug menu was just F12, and it brings up the whole menu, and you can, like, access everything from there. F12 just on this one just brought up your Aero GUI, which is, I mean, it's important information. Don't get me wrong. Aero GUI is very important information. I've forgotten how long this takes to load. Something else I don't like about the game is the load times for Kerbal 2. What, that was ridiculous. Getting in and out of, like, the VAB and things, like, with this, once everything's loaded, everything is loaded. Like, the initial loading is annoying, but there must be a log file somewhere. That absolutely, there must be, but it's not where you would expect it to be. And I couldn't figure out where it. I pretty much, like, I was looking for it. Could be under the tilde key, maybe. I know. I'll have a look later. I'm not going back on it now because I'm getting annoyed with it because I don't know what's going wrong with the fucking rocket. Everything I've done to design that rocket should be working. Like, it should be working. It should be able to do what I want it to do, but I can't see. There's so many things that you don't easily have the access to the information that you need to know to find out how to fix the craft. Is it normal? Is it normal for my log file to be over a gigabyte? So not a good sign. Oh no. Yeah. That's definitely what I feel like is happening. I feel like it's polluting my system with, like, a gigabyte of information. And most of that will be on shading of the smoke and the grass and things like that. It's like, I really think that they should have waited to make the game look pretty, make the game work first. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being incompetent and I'm not able to play it. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not giving in. I'm not giving up with the game. I'm not. Oh, apparently there's been a changelog. Okay, so here we go. This is, like, we're going on my actual engineer. Oh, I should have gone on my engineering save Mark II. We're gonna go on my actual engineering save, and we're gonna launch a rocket. I'm gonna show you how I launch rockets in Kerbal, right? And I'm gonna do exactly everything that I was doing in Kerbal 2, right? So just to prove that the whole concept of keep it below 300 meters a second inside when you're inside the atmosphere is false, kind of thing, just because that's not how you launch rockets. I mean, that's how you launch them with efficiency problems. Oh god, like, what has happened to my ships? Here we go. Complicated. This is... Oh god. What have they done to the game? It's been a while, and I've not seen a lot of this. Where is the Union? Here we go. I don't even know. By the way, I don't even know if this works in the game, but this is a very complicated craft file, right? And the only reason this flies is because of the gimbaling effect of the engines, pretty much. It's somewhere in app data local intercept games. Okay, I'll have a look. I'll have a look. I've changed the sounds on this. So, oh my god, this is so much nicer to launch things. Look how nice the frame rate is. Okay, so that's my roll program. So that would be my roll program there. And then I would start kind of pitching over slowly. I think trying to play KSP Experience to KSP 2 is the problem. It's just got too many problems right now. Absolutely, I agree. I do agree, but I want it because you said that you were launching things in Kerbal at like 300 meters a second and not when you're still inside the atmosphere, you know? Until you're outside of the atmosphere, I'm just showing that you can. So basically all I'm doing, I'm just finessing the pitch control throughout this launch. And steadily just bringing that pitch down. And it's so, like, it's controlled because... And it's all controlled by the gimbaling of the engines. Doesn't that look cool, by the way, chat? Doesn't that look cool? That looks cool. So you kind of see what I mean, you know? Like, we've already, like, by the time I've got up to like 40 kilometers, I'm at an orbital velocity of 1,000 meters a second. Now that is how I was expecting the launch to go in Kerbal 2. As easy as this. just so you're aware, I can play Kerbal. So it's gotta be something. It's gotta be something with the game. Alright, I've not lost it. Maybe not. To give benefit down, I might have just designed a bad rocket because I'm not understanding how the rocket parts and stuff work in Kerbal 2. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe, I don't know. I am using the newer parts. Also, this has a lot of like struts and stuff going on. You have a lot of auto strut, like going through the entire vessel. It's just auto strutted. which holds the whole thing together. If you were to get rid of that auto strut, the whole thing would be wibbly wobbly all over the place. You wouldn't be able to fly it. Yeah, it's the game, let's be honest. I don't want to blame the game, but at the same time I'm blaming the game. Like, I feel like it's not optimized yet, and that's the biggest problem. Which does mean I'm not going to want to play the game. I'm just going to want to play Kerbal 1. Because I can do cool things in Kerbal 1. Like launch Soyuz. You know? You know what I mean? Like, I can launch Soyuz in Kerbal 1. I can't do this in Kerbal 2 at the moment. I can't even launch a crap version of... I can't even launch a crap version of Saturn V. Which is like one of the easier things that you can build in Kerbal, I think. Saturn V. I think Saturn V absolutely is like probably one of the easiest. Things to build. Anyway, I wanted to prove that I kind of half know what I'm on about. However, chat, so like I did say, on my YouTube channel, I will transition over here and I'm going to put on a little bit of music, so bear with me. On my YouTube channel, I had no doubts. I know you had no doubts. One, I felt like I needed to prove it to myself. I was getting worried that I couldn't play Kerbal. Let's just put it that way. I was getting very, very worried that I couldn't play Kerbal anymore. No, I can still play Kerbal. Okay. And I haven't launched that rocket in like 2 years, and that flies like a beast. Like, I was able to fly that very well, alright? I was getting worried that I couldn't do that anymore. Actually, it's not 2 years. I think it's about a year since I flew that. There we go. Let's put on some music. That's loud. It's loud. That's loud. There we go. So, on my YouTube channel, in about 20 minutes, I'm going to have a premiere of last week's Dungeons and Dragons game. So if you missed that, I'm going to be sitting down on my YouTube channel and we're going to be going through it. We're going to be watching it all together. Hopefully, maybe so. I think. Yeah, in 19 minutes. Here, I'll even put the link in. It was a good session. It was a good session. I had a lot of fun playing that, so that'll be in 19 minutes. The episode is about 3 hours long, I think, so you're welcome to come in and have a watch. And I don't know why the game says World of Warcraft, because that's not what I played, but whatever. Yeah. It was a good session. I had a lot of fun. It's the last session that we have Buzz for as well. Unfortunately, there was no Cathbris for that session because he was vomitously ill. But yeah, I'm gonna be hanging out there. I do need to go and get some food and stuff first, though, so I'm gonna go and do that. I'm annoyed that I didn't get to launch to the Mun. I'm just saying. I'm annoyed I didn't get to go to the Mun. I might have to go and have a watch and see how other people are faring with Kerbal 2, and I might come back to it tomorrow. I might come back with an entirely different craft. I might do a space plane of sorts, I don't know. But maybe I just need to go to basics and just build a basics thing. Wait for a patch? Maybe. Might not be a bad idea. But, like, here's the thing. I know that it's possible to get into orbit and stuff on Kerbal. I just don't... I don't know. I'll figure it out. I will go through and I will see what's wonky and what's wrong. I don't know. I'll have a look at it maybe tonight. But like I said, in 17 minutes I'm gonna be watching the last episode. So I'll see you guys later. Have a good night, evening, noon. Insert time zone here. It's not you, it's me, said Kerbal 2. Definitely is Kerbal 2. I think. I think it is the game. The game's not quite optimized. There's quite a lot of features that just isn't there. They've clearly spent far too much time making it look pretty and not work correctly, but it is what it is. I'm gonna be hopeful that it can be fixed. If we get good feedback on the Discord and stuff, find the bugs that are the problems, then maybe as a community we can fix it and we can make it better, because I want to see that beautiful game fly. I do. I really do. I love what they've done with the KSC, like the 4 launch sites and the boat and this, that and the other. I love that. I love the idea of being able to do boats. I love the idea of 2 runways, you know? I love all of that. So it will happen. It will work. We can do this. We will work on it together. So yeah. I shall see you guys later. Have a good night, evening, noon, insert time zone here. Bye!